ana suma gaañi waa gaañi ana gen maa ngi leen a nuyu yéen ñëpp ci seen tur ak seen santa wax leen ne good evening, welcome back to Aji's Corner. Sorry nag maa ngi xala late waaye yéen xam ngeen ne luñ late foog hot seat bi ñëw waaw mooy loolu. waaw soo gars yi tey nag réeréwu leen biir nag ne Bamba Mass la ñoo am tey si hot seat bi foofu nag di neex. So guys ñu welcome tey Bamba Mass si hot seat bi ana politique kaca mool yamit waa UDP MPP GDC PDOIS ñépp war a génn si nag ñëw déglu Bamba lu moo wax tey xam ngeen comme ni ma leen ko di waxee rek man hot seat bi dama make sure ne bring now out the best in you. Bamba nag xaw ma ndax olof laa ko laaka ndax soose laa ko laaka ndax English waaye daal soo bi dina dem te dina am. So Bamba ñu welcome ko bi moo nekk first time am Aji's Corner te yéen moom xam ngeen ne hot seat bi moom dafa neex rek te tànga waaw fii dara du fi so yomba te dara du fi sedda again. This week on Thursday ñu ngi amaat Kine Jeng Sala si hot seat bi so ñu parel ko nag so ana yéen mi nga xam ne yéenay fan si hot seat bi si saa si di commencé nañ di ma message Aji what is happening, are you running late or it is cancelled ana Aida Aida tey Hadim Rasul lañ fi am tey ma ne ko aka Bamba Mass. So Bamba mooy ñëw tey nag mu ñëw na ñu laaj ko question yu tànga yi xam ngeen man maa fi nekk di keekantoo magi ñu dee nekk mag yu dee nekk si internet bi dañu reye politique mag yu fi dee nekk si internet bi politique last week Fatmata Danso daf ma reeloo mu reeloo ma dama tëdda mënuma nokki guddi bi yëpp billahi wallahi amel na ma ahade. So guys, mail and Bamba mu pare. Bamba, if you're there, you can please send a request and join the show. ñu ñëw question si di daloo ñu tàngal ko ba mu tànga affaire si di yomba xam naa gaa UDP ak MPP ñu ngee ñëw na déglu suñ nijaay Bamba lan la moo wax man na ko Bambali non ko Bamba la laa ko laaka soo loolu la understand borom jinne yi Bamba ñëwangut sax yenam koo tooñ nga hey Mr Bamba moom doole la duga see Bamba ngaa yab dootoo ko defati ngaay Bamba ngaa yab dootoo ko defati góor gi dafa dem sanse
my good sister.
Hey, Alaji Bamba.
My good sister, assalamu alaikum.
Bamba, welcome to Aji's Corner. I'm sure this is your first time here. I am so happy to have you on my platform. Yeah, welcome to Aji's Corner again, and I would love you to please introduce yourself and then greet the audience, and then we can take it from there.
Haji Jerejef, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. My name is Bamba Mass, born and bred in the Gambia. I was a teacher, starting public service. I was a teacher, a secondary school teacher. Then I became a hotel worker, a human rights activist, and I came to the United Kingdom to study law, and I joined the movement to fight against dictatorship. And I think everybody knows the rest. Then I became a diplomat until the government decided to terminate my service. And now I'm a consultant working with St. Brussels.
Okay, Bamba, thank you very much for introducing yourself. Can you take us through, because this show is about people knowing who this person is, like who is Bambamas and bring in the assumptions, the gossips, and getting to know more about your political sides sides and the way you view your political views. So I want you to take me back from Bamba step by step. Where were you born, grow up, your life in the Gambia before the UK?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
How many days was sauce? Olaf.
Degana Sose, Degana Paul.
Let's bring you Olaf and sauce.
What would happen is when you speak Olaf, I answer in Mandinka, or would that be okay for you?
Yeah, that's all right.
For the benefit of all the listeners, so that they can all benefit.
People who come and say you're tribalist or I'm tribalist. You know them, eh? There was a this one for tribalists. Some of them were already asking me, do you think Bamba Mas can speak Wolof? I said, well, I don't know about that.
No, I can, of course, I can speak Wolof. Degana Olaf. So buge pour ñu laka Wolof, that's fine by me.
Okay, let's go. I wanna hear you speaking Wolof.
I'm a Gambian. I try to speak all Gambian languages.
Okay, let me hear you speak Wolof, Bamba. I'm so interested.
No problem, Aji. Man haral ma dore fuma baye ko. Man Jara Baro Kunda la judo. Jara Baro Kunda ci Alkali Kunda. Fala judo. In 1968, degon nane si su fekkene Fatewuma, degon nane bi Serigne Abdul Ahad Mbake ñew suñ dëkka bés bobu la judo. So bi ñu démé comme nga suma papa murit la ne ko sa talibé jabaram amna doom bu góor mu ne leen kii dina ko tuddal suma baay. So sila suma tour Bamba ñew. Bamba Serigne Touba lañ ma tudé. Murit la suma waajuri yëpp murit lañ. Amna rek ko xamné yaay Serigne Touba lañ ko tudda Maam Jaara. So ñun waaw amna rek tamit kuñ tudda Serigne Mansour. So just non la démé dal, just to cut a long story short. Dem na Baro Kunda Primary School. Wala def primary 1 to 6. Dem na jangi Alquran tamit, but that was before primary school. Ma joge fa dem Amitage High School. Amitage High School fala nekon ñom Sana Sabali, ñom Bunja Dabo, ñom ñu bari ñoo xamne ñom Mr Mbalo bari nañ torop am nañ ñoo xamne légui permanent secretary lañ, am nañ ñeneen ñoo xamne borom ndomba tànke lañ daal. Ma jógee fa 1988 time boobu ñu bari dañ bëggoon pour parce que soo wàccee school S at that time soo demee army rek dañ la jël as a cadet officer from start. So ñu yóbbu la Turkey nga dem training. Soo ñëwee rek nga nekk lieutenant. So ñu bari xale yu bari because we were young. ñu bari dañ lifinoon they were eager pour ñu dugga ci army bi. So ci la ñoom Sana Sabale ñeneen ñi dem dugga ci army waaye ñun ñoo xam ne suñ results were a little bit better. Then ñu owe Ministry of Education because that time Ministry of Education dañ soxla woon teachers. Man ak ñoom Dembo Fati ak ñeneen ñi moom historien la Hasum Cissé ci National Arts and Culture. So ñu owe ñu ci Ministry of Education ñu am meeting ak permanent secretary mu ne ñu dafa bëgg pour ñu dem teaching. By time boobu xale yu bari bëgguñ teaching because teaching amul dara. Exactly. So ñu convince ñu waaye man biñ ma ooyee ñu ne ma Basse lañ la bëgg a post time boobu xaw ma Basse noonu. So dama dee dégg ne ñaami joodoo fa nekka. So man gars yi loolu man bari leen man duma dem Basse yóbbu leen ma feneen waaye duma dem Basse parce que dégg naa ñaami joodoo moo fa nekk. I remember Dr. Sajatal. Dr. Sajatal ree lool mu ne ma Bamba that is just a farce. You know, I know this country. So Dr. Sajatal, thanks to him, mu convince ma lool. So ñu post ma Basse secondary school as English and history teacher. Madam St. George's. So sila jàngal ñu bari cabinet secretary, first lady ak ñeneen bari nañ.
1 minute, someone is knocking at the door.
Okay. So man basela nekon up to 1991. Ma joge fa fofu tam I believe ne time bobu politics doran good. Nguri Jawara la won coup d'etat ñewagud. So ñu buga ma post buyam. Why there was a lot of problems here and there 1994 when the coup just happened. So the vice chairman ko xamne suma classmate la won, we were very close. Mom mu buga pour man ma join with them pour ma support len. Why mom hamna depuis Amity High School I was a member of the anti-apartheid movement, a human rights organization, parce que time bobu ñu bari dañ joggé won South Africa ñu nekk Amity High School, government of the Gambia ñoo leen ici pour at least ñu live in Africa, because Sadauda at that time was a pan-Africanist. So you form anti-apartheid movement, drama movement, as scout band. I was a member of the scout band too. And when I was in Basse, man nekon divisional scout commissioner. So bima joge fofu, dama join Gambia Workers Union. Maneka fa be 1996, Madam Senegambe Beach Hotel as a storekeeper. Pala nekon tubaab bi fa nekkoon direct date bugama lool, he likes me so much. ñu bari dañ dee wane Date's boy, Date def ma pet. So Date promote ma from the storekeeper mu yóbbu ma ci beach bi as the assistant beach manager ma nekk foofu. So and I became the staff spokesperson. Fi ma dooree politics laa la bugga isem. So
that would be very interesting.
I was not political at all. Nekuma bokuma politic at that time. I was PPP, of course, because my papa PPP la. So you knew PPP then. Why living my PPP as a politician? Dema neka a sympathizer. So bi coup d'etat bi ñëwé you bari then support on coup bi. But for me, musuma buga military coup, because just now military Africa, most of them then they fail. So then they know with so many promises. Why sumuje rek then they door di duga forcé. Parce que soldat yi ñi am fetel lañ te ñi am doole lañ te ñun baadoole lañ, ñun amuñ doole. So sila suma drift with the military commencé. Ma nekk foofu ba 1996. Suma benn nijaay Bundung la dëkka, time boobu man suma boppa Bundung la dëkka. Mu oma benn bis mu ne ma dama la bugga yooni Bakaw. So mu jox ma lettre pour ma dem jox ko Alaaji Dembo Boja. Ma dem Bakaw fekk ay kilifa yu bari ci këri Dembo Boja ñu ngi toog. Ma jox ko lettre bi mu ubbi ko jàng ko, mu ne ma yow yaay kan, ma wax ko suma tur, ma wax ko suma nijaay moo ma yooni. Mu ne ma ok, alta sirang yoroon noo la, dem leen ngeen jëli ay toog yi. So then we were young kids. So man ak yeneen boys yi ñuy dem jëli toog yi. That was the first meeting bu ki ñi am UDP bu ñu am pour ñu sos UDP.
So Bamba, which year was that? If you can take us back.
That was late 95, 96. Late 95, early 96. So biñ amee meeting boobu bi ma del si Bundung ma explain ko suma nijaay li ma fa dégg. Mu ne ma su loolu amee dinaa kontaan. So the next meeting ma dem attend boobu, waaye the third meeting bi attenduma parce que man I was working at the hotel, ma ngi liggéey hotel te ragal naa ne hotel yi nguur la. Government of the Gambia has at least, I don't know, 30% or something percent share. I don't know what percentage, parce que nekkuma senior staff that time pour am. So man ma ngi yor daal ne buguma duga all out waaye dama dee bàyyi liggéey ma dem attend meeting si suma munee ñi dégg Sénégal mais suñu ma déglu dinañ la ko wax so si laa duga politics ndànka until UDP stop ñu dégg ne benn lawyer lañ jël pour mu lead parti bi PPP GPP GPDP NCP ñoom ñoo ñëw ak Bolondi Mboja ñoom ñoo ñëw pour sos parti bi biñ liftee ban on political parties ci la loolu door so depuis booba man ma nekk UDP supporter so fala nekka ma nekka a youth activist ma nekka UDP ak ñoom Ibrahima Solo Sandeng ñoom Lambarong ñoom kii ni ñoom Bamba tamit ñoom suñ kilifa lañ time boobu waaye Lambarong Solo Sandeng Fatoumata Jawara Maymuna Sise Dabo ak ñoom Wasa Jaane ñoom Falay Balde bari nañ ñu bari so time boobu ñun ñoo nekkoon youth si ñoo xam ne ñun ñoo dee nekka di daw toppa moto Dabo di ko support time boobu we were very active am energy mun a daw mun a yuuxu
when Bamba was Bamba
waaw
young
mun a lifin mun a sniff ngelaw ak ponda so that's how we went that's how things went and ñu door commencé round dëkk Gambia tour bi dem round from village to village am fa ay meetings ñu am ay so many problems with the APRC government at the time because UDP lim ñëwee dafa ñëw ak doole ñu bari they were already fed up with the regime at the time because the military coup li moo mujjee moo di ne dañ dee bitrayante ku nekk dafa bëgg a place military government noonu la dee demee du dee mujjee nekk unity ñi ko door dañ dee mujjee bitrayante daal I have said that at rallies when I was young I have always been proven right so sila living within the UDP until bi ma ñëwee Angleterre ma ñëw studies at Bournemouth University man dama jógee Gambia because li xew moo di ne UDP dañ musoon a yónni ñi ñu bari America I was supposed to be part of that group but because some people complain ne duguñ fa ay poli I would have to say it literally as it is
you mean a Fula tribe
yeah in the group
Fulol
amul koo xam ne pol
la si okay
waaw sila ñu withdraw ñu mel ni man ak keneen kooku duma ko tudda ñu dugal Seeku Mbaalo ak Falay Balde ci groupe boobu so nii la ñooñu dem America fekka Yaya Jallow moo nekkoon Deputy Secretary General of the United Democratic Party so ñun ñu nekk fa du muñ def ndànka because ku nekk ak wërsëgam la waruloo jékki-jékki rek meer ne lu tax yóbbuwuñ ma war nga gëm yàlla ne man su yàlla ne dama tukki danga tukki waaye time boobu Gambia dafa lifin xamuma naka lañ ko dee waxee dafa tof non dafa tof pour nga am chameleon was a problem danga ñefee nga mun a dundal sa waajuri ak sa boppa with a small family that you have so it was not easy at all waaye man yàlla dimbale na ma I saved some people ñoo xam ne ay tubaab lañ dañ demoon fishing bi ñoo ñëw seen gaal koppo so I died to save them I was able to save the lady and my colleague John Silva Njagola who saved the husband so sila sila big friend tubaab yooyu ñooñu ñoo ma fi isi
Okay.
ñoom ñoo ma one Bamba we have noticed that you are very intelligent mbaa bugguloo dem Angleterre pour jànga ma ne leen of course bugga naa waaye man awma xaalis man baadoole la I don't have nothing ñu ne ma do you have a passport ma ne leen I don't have even ID card awma dara so si la ñooñu biñ ñëwee Angleterre ñu fayal ma school pour ma dem GTTI so dem naa GTTI def fa suma diploma in law ma pass then ma apply to Bournemouth University ñu accept ma ñoom ñu fay university fees ma ñëw fii bi ma ñëwee fii 4 years def naa university ba ma isi suma family bi yëpp toog fii that is how I am here so
Bamba, sorry, Linga, what you said is literally so clear because this is what I said. This is kind of like the layer also. I'm it's the hot seat. So you might also know that abe dula le domandinyato because you're sitting on a hot seat. So basically, what I want to say is, basically, a lot of people would insinuate, assume, or when they're mad or they don't know your background, they will be like, oh, Bamba, UDP la fenanjang, abe UDP nyame waletina adbi abe Angleterre. So I think that is so clear that some other white folks brought you to this country. So I think people should take note of that for just future reasons. So you can go ahead.
No, aji jërëjëf xam nga dama ko dee dégga ñu bari dañ dee wane man nekkul ne dañ dee wane UDP ñoo ma isi waaye dañ dee wane Bamba Mass dafa dem uti asylum man ñëw ma Angleterre pour uti asylum man dama ñëw jàngi moo ma fi isi ne kon I was going to be in the Gambia parce que man I believe in the Gambia te believe naa ne people can make it in the Gambia. Gis naa ñu bari ñoo xam ne musu ñoo tukki te they made it in the Gambia. Man I can never abandon Gambia. Man dama dugga ci biir politics because gis naa ne ñi bari dañ dee def seen wàlla waaye ba tey ñun Gambia 57 years of independence mënuñoo dem fenn suñ infrastructures are going down ma gis ne man doomi réew mi la li ma gis fii Angleterre fii nii the same laa bugga pour suma réew mi what can I do so ma ne man I was a politician bi ma jógee Gambia ñëw study fii now jeexal naa suma studies what should I do I would go back to politics si lañ form UDP UK man I am a founding father of UDP UK ñun ñoo ko sànca man ñoom Siaka Jatta ñoom Suntu Dafe ñoom Mafuji ñoom mak lañ ko de Yankuba Dabo ñoom kii nii naka la tudda what is this guy's name Suntu Dafe Mafuji Siaka Jatta Yakuba Conte ñun we had the first meeting in Siaka's house bi Ousainou Darboe ñëwee ñu invite ko ñu ne ko ñun dañ bugg a sanca UDP diaspora pour ñu commencer raise funds for the party I was made the coordinator so si la commencé di dem house to house donation ñuy dajale donation si gis naa beneen bi sa ñun ñu jógee London ñëw Birmingham ñu ngi wóor from koñ to koñ di laajte donations keroog it was snowing very heavily te ñu war a ñi dellu London mënuñoo dem because the train stopped aji that day I had to make my entire family sleep on one bed pour gan yi ñi mënuta dem back to London mun a am fu ñoo tëdda because I had a 3-bedroom house and we were more than 11 people. All of them slept in my house. So doon lañ commencé ndanka ndanka until 1990 until 2016 when Solo Sandeng and Co came out and demanded electoral reform. Ñu arrest leen ñeneen ñu ne dañ leen torture until Solo Sandeng died as a result. I was one of those who went to number 10 to meet the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, submit letters of protest. We did protest in the UK, we did protest all over the world. Biñ arresté ñoom Ousseynou biñ génnee UDP executive ñu arrest leen, myself and others, we were also at the United Nations, the ECOWAS, sorry, the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Secretariat. Then Gambia was no longer part of the Commonwealth, but all the same we went there. Them nañ ci Senegalese embassy, them nañ all around London. In fact, almost it was part of our life. You know, we demonstrate non-stop. Them Gambian embassy. am na benn bis sax demoon nañ Gambian embassy. Time boobu Ledbury Road la nekkoon. nekkut fu mu nekk léegi nii de Ledbury Road la nekkoon. Fekk ñu ngi renovate the current embassy premises at Kensington. ñu dem fa am na ñeneen ñoo xam ne they were very angry. They came with petrol. They wanted to burn the embassy down. And because we had a police permit and that would have violated our permit, we refused. We were even insulting with some other people, and yet we were ñun ñëpp ñu ngi demonstrate. Why gis nañ ne we are not violent people. We don't want violence. So ñu ngi teral ñeneen ñi ñoo xam ne dañ bëggoon a def violence foofu. So aji noonu la demee ba élection si am luckily ñu bari am a lot ñu bari moo xew ci biir élection boobu. ñu bari we did so much.
Yeah, I would definitely come to the collusion and all of that because I have basically a lot of questions for you. So I will bring you back to that question. So Bamba, because many people would say, oh, Bamba is an activist. And some people would say, no, he's a politician. So like literally, sometimes when I hear you talk, you sound like an activist. And sometimes when I hear you talk, you sound like a politician. Okay, I'm confused. And to be honest, today is the first time I get to learn that you were a teacher. So this is why I like this show, because I tell people I enjoy it more than people enjoy it, because I get to know people more because I know I've seen you, I spoke to you a few times, but getting to know that you were a teacher, I'm like, wow, okay. So Bamba, I want to know if you're a politician or an activist.
That's a very difficult question, Aji.
Because this is how you also confuse me.
Sometimes I don't know myself. I don't know if I am a politician or an activist, because there are certain things that happen in politics that I do not condone. I believe in people's human rights. I believe in the human being. Pour ñu muna xelaatal seen bopp. Because su fekkee ne ñun Yàlla bi ñu binda mu ñoo team. ñu ngi ko I don't know baña jaamu ñu ngi def lu nekk daal waaye ba tey mu ñoo barkeel mu ñoo lifinal du lifinam. Why can't we ñun doomi aadama yi ñoo xam ne jaamu Yàlla lañ ñoo xam ne Yàlla mu ñoo team, why can't we give human values and respect the humanity? So I joined politics because I wanted to effect change. Later man ma dugga politics, haram ma bamtu ko ci wolof. Later ma dugga politics moo di ne man dama bugga ay wecceeku yi ñoo xam ne gis naa ko ci bitim réew, bugga loolu façon yooyu loolu xew Africa waaye man before ma nekk politician balaa ma nekk politician activist laa woon depuis ma nekk school I was an activist I was a human rights activist I have always been one when I was university I was human rights activist so my human rights activism more opposite political activism so soo ma déglu di wax ci WhatsApp yi ak audio yi balaa WhatsApp door sax soo ma déglu yi dangaa dégg suma baat egg that is the activism in me because my heroes have all been activists all my heroes have been activists very few are politicians I don't know if Lolo answers a question or not.
Bamba, it tells me that how do they call the word again? You're versatile, something like that. Like you're both in doing the same. You're an activist and a politician because, like I said, sometimes when I listen to your videos, I do listen to your videos. Sometimes your TikTok videos would pop up and you sound like an activist, and sometimes you're like a politician. So I want to be clear of like if you're both or you just on one side. Again, Bamba, I want to take you back, which is with this question is not written here, but I just want to know if you taught the First Lady as a teacher.
Yes, she was one of my students.
Okay.
I have known her. I have known her very, very much. Firstly,
Adama Barrow's wife, right? Fatima Barrow.
Yeah, First Lady Fatima was one of my pupils, and yes, we were very close.
Oh, okay. So fine. Okay, Bamba, I just again I just want you to tell me your understanding of being a politician and your understanding of being an activist. Like, can you differentiate the two for me if you get an understanding of both words?
Okay. This is politics. Man li ma believe ci politics ak li ñeneen ñi believe politics dañ ute. Su may dégg ne ñii de wax ne politicians don't have permanent friends or permanent enemies. I call that a fallacy. Yes, politics, in my view, should have principles. Core principles nga xam ne ñooñu kenn waru ko cross. Number one, the dignity of humanity. Man, I never want to compromise with anyone who violates the human dignity, no matter what. I never want to compromise my values for anti-dictatorship. I never want to compromise my values for torture, inhuman, degrading treatment of any form or nature. So man, those are very, very core values that I have as a person. So regardless of my political affiliation, I believe politicians needs to be very genuine, not because dema buga votes, dema buga ninyi sani makarta, I can share bets with any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Those are my core values. I might have different values with people. If I were a political party leader, for instance, today, and the likes of Sanamanjang comes to join my party, I would not accept it. I would want Sanamanjang to appeal to ask for forgiveness from Gambians first.
How about Sidinja?
Well, I do not share bets with Sidinjai. I think Sidinjai's party should answer that. I am not in the same political party with him. And Sidinjai is someone that I respect as a person. But I believe Sidinjai should definitely face some form of commission of inquiry for his activity in the post-election fracas. You know, as dignified people, we should not just be like Bambama's Reki Adama Barola. So as a result, the law, he should be above the law. You know, ñun Gambians ci suñ boppa ñun ñoo de yaha suñ own constitution bo xamne ñun ñoko sonja. Because if you believe in the rule of law and you violate that very rule of law, I do not see whatever reason. Your affiliation with the government is your affiliation with the government. But that has nothing to do with the reason why we are a nation. The reason ñu nekkal Gambia moo di ne loi moo fa nekk. So fa loi nekku duñ nekk Gambia. So loi bi waruta nekk ne because loi bi man la farlel wala kii la farlel. Loi waruta farlel kenn. The law should be there for everyone. Man, I would not see it as fair. You set up a commission of inquiry. You ne aji li ak li ak li ak li la def. Bamba mas li ak li ak li ak li la def. Why? Okay. Now hold on a minute. Aji sun support bu bala. Aji buga na ñu torop. So what can we do here? It shouldn't be like that.
Oh, Bamba, I asked how about CDJ, because many are mourning, like complaining that he shouldn't be in the government right now, having to have any post with Fabakary Tombong Jatta. Yeah, so that's why I asked, even though I know it's not your party, I just wanted to ask your view. So for example, people like CDJ, if he would have been your boss, when you are still be a diplomat, would you have resigned or still stay there when he is appointed to be your boss?
To quickly answer that question, Sidinjai cannot be my boss unless he apologized to the Gambian people at a commission of inquiry for his actions post-election. I've made that very clear even when I was a diplomat. I remember that I was interviewed in one of the radios in the Gambia, and I did say that I will never accept Sidinjai. I've said that. But
so,
as a human
Bamba, what if you were given a position in there and you're still working there and someone just literally, because Gambia, let's call it spade a spade, is favorism. Who knows who? Like that's why many youths, some people that went to school and did certain field, learned something that they could be employed in the Gambian government now are still sitting there drinking attire, doing nothing in the Gambia. So I'm just saying, how about if you were working there and from nowhere, Sidinjai just become your boss, would you resign?
Aji, that answer, I think I've already given you that, because let me give you an example. When I was serving as a diplomat, there was, you remember the allegations made against me at the Gambian embassy. I wrote my resignation letter immediately. I wanted to resign. But I was advised against it for the fact that I'm graduating. Because the investigations were not complete. It was a preliminary investigation. What they told me was a preliminary investigation. Then my just chance to respond. Because normally that is the law. That is the Foreign Service rule. Send audit, then they bring them back to the embassy. The embassy respond. So man, the ambassador, deputy ambassador, then my advice, Bamba, that is not a wise decision because these are preliminary. Wait, so full report being away, then the embassy will be given an opportunity. Then Singa respond.
I would definitely come to all of that, yeah. But Bamba, again, Sidinjai is a deputy speaker from the same party that you literally worked for. So you know, like that. This is why it's a little bit confusing. So
no. That's where you get it wrong. It's not from the same party I work for. I work for the coalition, not the NPP. I work for the coalition, which I am part of. Man coalition which I am part of. So this current government is the NPP government. I do not have anything to do with that. It's the NPP coalition. And Sidinjai Gambian, if you ask my honest opinion, he's a Gambian. Sidinjai can serve as president of the Gambia for all I care. Gambian citizen. Every Gambian citizen, even Sanamanjang, Solbaji, and all these people, they are Gambians like I am. Who am I to say they shouldn't hold positions? That would not be fair if I call myself a dignified Gambian. Mansuma believe more than every Gambian, Kepako Hamne Domi Gambian la, I'm not right to hold any position in the Gambia. But, and I put a big but, B-U-T in capital. If there are allegations, or if there are questionable incidents that had happened, that should be cleared, so as to give the Gambian people a peace of mind as to the person's credibility, because it's all about credibility. The reason why Gambians you question
yeah, that's why
it is because
I brought it, because we still haven't answered your understanding of being an activist. But because you said something related to, I have to connect it to him being in the government, because so many of us are still questioning that. So maybe you know in politics more than I do, you can make it clear or how you think about him being there.
No, you know, ñun Gambian si suñ boppa, suñ constitution moo jox the president the executive privileges pour mu appoint and fire. By virtue of that position as a president, Barrow is given that ñun ñoo ko jox constitutional mandate boobu pour mu choose kum neex. It's left to him. President Barrow can jeki tomorrow appoint Fatouba Barrow as vice president. Choli moy bari rek, but he would not violate any constitutional provision. Fatouba Gambian la. I hope ne Gambian ñu ma déglu with hell not hall. Because constitution be more job president be that provisional powers. Te Barrow more ñun ñëpp dégg nañ ko mu ne dafa toog ak Fabakary ak Sidi Ndiaye moo yóbbu Fabakary ci moom dañ toog waxtaan. So fu ñu waxtaanee foofu man I was not there waaye gis naa ne xëy na dañ waxtaan also the modalities of su ma la defaree lii what will you do for me? Scratch my back, I scratch your back.
Yeah.
So man noonu laa ko gisee. So Barrow must have appointed Fabakary in also scratching Fabakary's back. So that I do not have any problem with that. The problem that I have is Fabakary has a questionable character to become Speaker of the National Assembly. That is my problem.
We all agree on that. Yeah,
which I have a right to. Exactly. So we can agree and disagree. Barrow has this right. Because constitution moko my mandate moko jo mandate. But I too have the right to say Barrow lim defni is still, I do not agree with it because Fabakary has a questionable character. Barrow can turn back and say, I am not bothered with that. I
can't be bothered.
Exactly.
So, Bamba, like, who appointed you as a diplomat? Was it Dabo or Barrow?
PMO.
Oh, okay. Because it's like, sometimes, like I said, some of us that are not so much involved in politics, I'll be lying down in my bed and watching you and I'll be like, oh, okay, Bamba is there, like, who appointed Bamba? So we needed to know, because some people will be like, Barrow appointed you at the end of the day. You said you're not supporting Barrow, and some will be like, no, it's not Barrow, it's UDP. So that is loud and clear. So Bamba,
let me make that a little bit of clarification there. You know, I know a lot of people, Gambian su bari dañ dee wax ci social media fekk xamuñ. You know, so xamul dara da ngay laajte
mooy dëgg.
Otherwise, you will just be rumoring around, peddling radio kang.
That's why we need talk shows like this, where we have to invite you people out of your platforms so that we get the questions that people would want to ask you.
Man, I received a call from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Dabo was the Foreign Affairs Minister. I was mange lunch with my wife. Bima ame call bobu. You know whether I checked my email. Manelen no. Why? You know check your email. Then I checked my email. I was advised to go to the Gambian embassy in London and report to someone called Ali Unjai. Ma call back the embassy, then ma call back the foreign office. The number that was on the email, ma am kui wane pui jobate. Kokula wahal. Bima wahay ak pui jobate. I think he was the chief of protocol at the foreign office. Monema we have instructions pour ñu appoint la at the Gambian embassy. Why mom waxut ma kan la. Why after I'm called from a colleague. Bala ma dem London la wax nit. Mu ne ma Mr. Dabo and Barrow were talking about you. Then agree pour ñu appoint la at the Gambian embassy. So ñi ne Dabo moma appoint, ñi ne Barrow moma appoint. Dabo personally called me after when I went to London. But Dabo is working under Barrow's government. So ñi ne Barrow moko appoint. Barrow, of course, he is my boss. He was the president. You understand? And Dabo went to a position of becoming the vice president, becoming number 2. But we were all one UDP party. So it doesn't matter who appointed who. But my belief more than PMO Nyoma letter of appointment.
Okay, Bamba, again, I just want you to tell me your understanding of an activist, because you already told me your understanding of being a politician or the difference. So can you tell me a little bit of your understanding of being an activist?
You know, an activist, in my view, should be somebody who treats other people as he would want to be treated. An activist should always hold core values of activism, in a sense that an activist should not be violent. An activist should be for the people and by the people. An activist should be a listening party. An activist should be somebody who understands the plight of the downtrodden of our society. An activist should be vocal. An activist should not hate. These are the principles that I hold in activism.
Bamba, let's talk about Gambian politics, like really deep into it. We, especially me as a Gambian, I always say, I don't want to get involved. I don't like Gambian politics. I don't want to listen to it. I'll scroll down, and if it's anything to do with politics, I don't want to watch it. Because Gambian politics, Bamba, how do you see it? Because many people like me will tell you it's nasty. I don't see any respect in it. I see people cussing people out. People will go deep into it to the point that you will just go and take somebody's dirty laundries. Or we do hear stories, people saying, oh, somebody called me to insinuate or to bring stories about Bamba, or pay people to say nasty things about other people, which is not right. So I just want you to tell me how, because you're a big person, big someone in this Gambian politics. How do you see the Gambian political system?
It is very, very unfortunate, Aji. I can understand from your perspective. Politics warutamel nono. You know, we are rivals, why nekuñ enemies. Aji bima dore politics up to today, I've never built an enemy. I have made it a point of duty. Anybody, even during the APRC days, anybody could appoint, and I am going to be among those who will congratulate you and tell you, make sure you serve the Gambian people as according to your oath of office. The reason why, Modine, I believe we all have a stake to play our quota in the nation building. Du man kena ma ko muna def, du yow kena ya ko muna def. Mbolo moy dole, lol lañ dey wax every time. So Gambian see this kind of politics that we've just built into society, Aji came as a result of pain. Dina la wax leneen loo xam ne war nga ko understand. Ji nga olof yi ñu ne puus ci maraj la em. You know, fighting dictatorship is not easy at all. Am na ñeneen ñoo xam ne they've castrated them. Am na ñeneen ñoo xam ne seen parents yi dañ disappear. Am na ñeneen ñoo xam ne seen parents yi dañ leen rey. Am na ñeneen ñoo their families have gone through so much torture. Children grow up. Out of that, they become militant. You know, you see, politics has 3 stages. You have party members, party sympathizers, and party militants. Militants, they don't compromise because they are angry. If you have many of militancy in society, so I mean, you bury militancy in society, even Senegal, everywhere, even in the UK, they are the ones that mostly resort to profanity, anger, because it is there. So it is left to the government of the day. Send wargala, send I don't know, send responsibility la. Pour you psychologically restore those people. It is the duty of every government. Once you have a change of government, it is the duty of every government to at least cure the society. But it is compounding. It is not reducing. It is compounding. At the end of the day, you more create more than it because you don't know. Your father was a permanent secretary. You had a good life. All of a sudden, your family went zero. From being taken to school in a very nice car or going to private school, you started local school. Life became very, very tough. You dropped out of school. Your sister got pregnant as a result of school dropout and all that stuff. So you blame all that on society. So you become a hater. What would happen if you are not cured? You join the army with that hatred, or you become even a president with that hatred. What would eventually happen would be you would be a dictator that grows. You would be a dictator that grows. And these are the problems of Africa. The reason why Africa goes down is because governments do not look into the plight of the citizens. They fail the citizens because these commissions of inquiry, all these nonsense commissions, they are not even important. What is important is look into those that are in pain, find out how to replenish them, find out how to bring them back to humanity because something made them lose that sense of humor. So
but the reality is Gambians in general, we don't have any sense of humor.
No,
that's why
do.
I do argue this all the time. That's why we can't even take jokes.
Aji. Mana yow suñ dajé ci bir dëkk. We see each other as brother and sister.
Yes, definitely.
And that is the Gambian value. It is there, but the reason why it is hidden more than yow so wa Helen even in this program. So wa Helen bo xamné somebody in anger feels ne aji waru ta wax li. Koku tam dafa dem live because social media has created that platform.
But again, that's what I'm saying, like Bamba, sometimes like having sense of humor is knowing that, oh, Aji jokes a lot. Or what's he saying? Oh, it's Aji see. But once someone says something, it triggers something else. Because we most of us, we lack that sense of humor. We can't even watch something and laugh.
No, I disagree. We didn't like it. It's because some people are in pain. You have to understand, you know, I work with society, Aji. As a social worker, I work with young adults between the ages of 15, 18, and 21, something like that. And I begin to learn from them as well. Some of them, they have arguments with their parents. They couldn't live together, and they decided to go, or government decided to find a place for them. So you know those people are just unruly, because if you can't stay in your mother's house, your parents went up to a stage where we can no longer take care of our child, you must be very difficult to handle. These are the people that I work with every day. And some of them, I was able to manage and turn into good people.
So Bamba, is that an excuse for UDP militants that would attack anybody on social media, or just be cussing people out, or attacking people. Because many people would tell you, like, okay, we're scared of UDP militants, because each time you say something, someone would even because Gambians don't get the fact that we need to agree to disagree. My point of view can't be the same with yours, and sometimes we can agree on something, but sometimes we can just go in different ways. So are you basically, because I'm gonna come to UDP, are you basically giving me an excuse why you want to tell me that every UDP militant out there is angry? Because look at the past election. Many people were saying, oh, UDP lost the election because their militants were attacking every other person on the internet. And again, where is the body that in your party that would bring all these militants or try to put a stop in this on social media? So basically, it's like you're giving me an excuse why people attack people.
Aji, that would be very unfair on the party if Sufekene Ngane UDP militants.
Bamba, it's
No,
not only
let me
me.
allow me to answer your
else,
question.
how they think.
No, allow me to answer your question.
Okay.
Gis nga United Democratic Party képp ko xam ne dafa fair unbiased fence sitter ñoo xam ne ñu ngi toog ci fence bi mën be palantero to wara mën be sirim fence o kan ñi de wane dol be fence rek.
Are you related to Fatou Danso?
Exactly. Let us call ñi talk ci palanter bi. Okay, sign. Let's look at it from this angle. United Democratic Party, aji yow sa bopa, whether bokanga wala bokulo, you've had several times party leader mu ngi wax ne ñi saga ñi has bàyyi ko. UDP dugal ne ko ci sen constitution. We are against any form of violence or antisocial behavior. We do not condone people who use social media to attack people unprovoked. Why? Linga wara wana understand more dine. Amna ñene ñoo xamne ñu ngi social media, ñu ngi wane hani UDP mbay mbe UDP la bay fo.
That's right.
Ñu bari ci ñooñu, ñu bari ci ñooñu nekku ñi sani karta. So man, I agree they also contributed to people running away from us. But UDP is walking around the club 24/7 trying to sell a very positive message. Bo xamne kiko deglu te buganga sa rew mi buganga pour Gambia jëm ci kanam. War nga ko deglu ak xel. Warlo ko deglu ak xol. Te warlo xol ñene ñoo xamne ñu ngi toog di wane hani UDP mbay manta bolaje ni saga people because ñooñu man as a person man dama leen gis ne ñoom nekkuñ UDP.
Yeah.
They could be shipped in wolf's clothing. For instance, because ñaata yoon la ñeneen ñu ngi saga ba pare ngay gis ñoom ñu bàyyi UDP dem ci ñeneen parti. We have seen that many times. ñoo xam ne they are sagakati directors. Sagakati ñoo xam ne PhD lañu am ci saga. Bàyyi nañu UDP dem ci beneen parti. So ñooñu xëj na ñu ngi UDP pour yaaxa UDP suñ paree ñu dem ci beneen parti. Anybody is used to your opinion. You own your own opinion. Mun nga am beneen opinion keneen mun na am beneen opinion man mun naa toog xelaat ne wait a minute. aji def dee saga why te aji mu ne UDP la. Why aji su fekkee ne UDP la waaye léegi lu tax mu bàyyi UDP mu dem ci NRP for instance. kon UDP def dee saga def dee nekk def dee attaque ku nekk. waaye léegi aji jékki-jékki na bàyyi UDP dem ci beneen party. So what was aji doing in UDP? So those things is left to is subject to scrutiny. Man, I was not happy. I have made it several times. am na ñu ne ñoo xam ne ñu ngi UDP dañ ma dee saga man suma bopp. I've said it several times ne ñi dee saga you people are our biggest problem.
Yes.
I've fought against it.
I'm glad
UDP.
you agree on that. Yeah.
Yes, I've said it several times. And Usenu, my party leader, has said it uncountable times. He has said it on platforms. Usenu mom ci bopam dafa dem be bañ pour meet ñeneen people ñoo xam ne dañ dem Gambia pour seeti ko mu bañ pour gis la because of what they do on social media. So if people blame the UDP, it's going to be unfair on the party, because there is the only political party boo xam ne mun ngaa taxaw ne duñ dee saaga wala duñ dee xaste duñ dee I don't see any of them. Maybe because the UDP has got more people. Come exactly. They are in pain. Most of the victims are in UDP. You know that very well. So because man suma papa, so what some people have gone through, so suma papa, them not through that. I don't know what I will be. I don't know. I cannot control. Maybe I will not be able to control myself.
But I think then again, those people should go through therapy, anger management, and all of that, because like so many innocent people were always attacked on social media, and I don't think it's also fair on them, Bamba, because my dad is hurt. Does not mean I should hurt everybody else that comes around me. So that is so unfair. So I think that like when you say that people, because it's like literally hurt, they always say in English, hurt people hurt other people. But I believe that some hurt people out there are not doing anything to get back to other people. So because some people have gone during the Jammeh regime, and you are angry and you support the UDP, does not mean that I should suffer the fact that you lost your dad during those times. Do you get it? So I think people should also get it that way. Could you learn from that? Move on or heal with your life. Do you know what I mean? Again, Bamba, I want to take you back. Basically, you were fighting during the impasse, the struggle. I think many of us did, but not as much as you did, because people like us were just writing and teasing Jammeh here and there. But people like you had the voice and all of that. So I can say you were one of these people that really fought for that regime to just move and we get to something else. I just want to know your reason behind fighting for the struggle. Do you join in the struggle and fighting? Was it a selfish interest, your own interest? Oh, okay, I can do this fight, and when I'm done, when we're done fighting, I can get a post. They can appoint me here and there. Or you were just like every other Gambian trying to bring another regime in the Gambia?
You see, Aji, an activist never sees wrong and does not want to correct it. That is naturally part of activism. Because to become an activist is to correct society, is to advocate for a better society. So if society is not better, you automatically become anti-establishment. So man join the movement or the struggle was natural, because there were so many things going wrong. People were disappearing. People were arrested legally, but eventually we would see that a lot of people have lost their lives, like Tabara Samba, for instance. This lady was accused of killing her husband by pouring burning oil on him. Tabara Samba was taken to court. She went through her appeals and all that stuff. They said that she has exhausted all her appeals, and as a result, because there was death penalty, she should be executed. I am someone who is against the death penalty. That is my philosophy. I fought because I don't believe anybody has a right to take a life. If somebody takes a life, you take that person's life. That person is a killer, you become a killer too. That is my view. Other people may have different views, but I believe also there could be deterrents. We would minimize this kind of capital crimes from happening, like hard labor, like therapy, like psychological training. Because when the human faculty destroys, you are no longer human. We must understand ourselves for us to be able as a psychology student, Aji, myself, when I started studying psychology, I came to realize so many things. Sometimes I do see that human being is born mad. That is why a baby cries once it is brought out to earth.
That's why they said people that studied psychology can even deny that God exists.
No, I don't want to go to that deep part of it, you know. Because what I understand from the human hypothalamus, Aji, gis nga xale bu ndaw xale bu liir bu mu juddoo da nga gis lu dee lifin ci exactly. You see that thing is the human central focus system. That is everything about us. Lolu, it has to be preserved for you to be a correct person. Lolu, so I'm a fault, like you have a fault. Automatically. That's why su nit ñi mere nga jël et wala nga jël fetel wala nga jël leneen da nga gis ne nit ñi ne la aji calm down, aji nanal ndox. At least they would want you to bring that pressure down, because if the heart pumps blood, it goes there to your administration, and that administration should boast you are done. You would do worse things without even knowing. And once that thing slows down, ngay gis ne ngay laajte yow sa bopa nga ne xanaa man maa def li. I was not aware. I'm sorry. I was angry. Why, Feka, you've gone beyond the human level, you become an animal. So unless we understand this in human beings, we don't have any moral right to judge people. This is what I believe. I believe our society is polluted. What can we do as a people is to help. This is what this country is doing. Aji, you have been here for a while. You're seeing doctors going around, even care homes. They would be checking people's psychological being.
Definitely.
We have doctors who are Western trained in the Gambia right now. What use do they have? We have retired civil servants who are in the Gambia. They could be put into a committee form of council of elders who are educated, that would be dealing with health issues, that would be dealing, even if you would pay them per diems, because they've worked all their life and they are now retired. The only use they can have is to be able to be useful to society, sit with people with problems, try to understand them, talk to them, listen to them. Maybe these kind of people, they need somebody to talk to.
Yeah, definitely.
They are traumatized. They are in trouble. They need somebody to talk to. And Aji, unless our society does that, those people, they are only from, you say, social media. So if Mark Zuckerberg decide now close Facebook, Aji, within 48 hours, you would not understand this world. Something terrible.
I had a conversation with my friend about that 2-3 days ago. She was like, what would Gambians do if the internet just shuts down at some point?
That is going to be very unpredictable, because people, it has become some people's second partner, if you know what I mean.
People like us.
It has become religious to some people. You see them walking, they will come until they are scrolling on their mobile. You know, people are so attached to that because they do not have another human around that will be saying, "Oh, can I make you tea? Aji, let's go for a walk. Aji, you're not looking happy. Well, hope everything is fine." At least the reason why ñun suñ time halal suñ magi suñ wajuri suñu dem ci tool yi dañu dee bàyyi ci loxo mag ko xam ne moo ñu look after. They could have left us in the village. Nothing would happen. Who would come and steal us? But so you say then you dare buy ci loxo mag is for that training not to stop. Training bobu dañ bëgg pour mu continue around the clock 24 hours. But you see, societal values are draining. Legi nga gis ne even jabar dafa wax jëkkëram ne no warlo bokk ci ñi, you are too educated for them.
To dissent, yeah.
To dissent. Yo, Bamba, I have received calls, Aji. People call me, Bamba, yo, you are a former diplomat. Yo, Linga, Bamba, I am so disappointed. But you know what they don't understand is me, I don't want to change. I want to be me. You like me, you hate me. I just want to remain myself. I don't want anything.
That takes me back to us being us Gambians being dictators, because that's dictated you where you should be.
Exactly, exactly. Because what is a diplomat? Is diplomat God? Is diplomat Nabi Yonenti? Diplomat is just a servant of the people. And the Gambians, we have to delete that methodology. Ne aji moy ambassador legi boss la. Nekut boss is a servant of the people. Man, as an activist, this is what I believe. We are sent to serve. We shouldn't be stooges. No wonder, Ajit Narawali, no wonder Gambian civil service has become a tool of every regime of the day. Because we, instead of serving the people, we serve the chief executive, or we serve the boss. Because we all believe in this boss thing. Even the boss is employed by Gambians, by their vote. They employed him to serve their interests. He should be a servant of the people, not their boss. We have to delete that mentality. If we do that, Gambian people, the civil service would work for us the way we want it. But unless that is done, the civil service would always be useless.
But useless. Again, I think us Gambians, we just get involved in things that we have no idea about, or we don't take time to even go and learn a little bit, like ask questions, get to have a knowledge of, like, for example, many of us are into politics, supporting a particular party, but we have no idea what politics is and what it involves. So I think we're just lost in our own worlds, that you want to support Barrow and be so involved in politics, but you don't know the way forward to get to go to Google or learn and get to know. But I think we don't know what we're doing. We're confused.
Aji, let me tell you something. You know, I am UDP. But if you ask me, my wish is not for Barrow to fail. I don't want him to fail. You know why? If Barrow fails, that would be disastrous for even UDP. Because if UDP takes over from Barrow, they would start from zero. You see, patriotism does not mean that you bannala as a result of wanting you to crash. I would have wished PDIS, because PDIS is not in charge of our government. I would have wished PDIS to crash so that we can take over their supporters. I would have wished NRP to crash because they are not in charge of our covers. But the one that is in charge of
PDIS called me my candidate.
Yeah, but they know me. It's only a London. Yala unte mu politician olti nim pare. Laftale PDIS. So that all the supporters of PDIS can join my party, UDP. Likewise, all the other political parties. But for the government, government goes and government comes. No, the people go and people come, but the government remains.
Yeah.
For instance, Yaya Jammeh, what had happened during the APR regime, still now, the NPP government cannot recover. We go in depth deeper and deeper every time. So as a patriot, I would rather want Barrow to fail in politics, but not to better
president.
The people. No. I want him to fulfill that promises he gave to people. I have always said it. President Adama Barrow, su fekene yenen say nga fringa demal ba nga deglu sa kadu yi. Your campaign promises, they are very, very important, because they voted for you because of those words. So I want him to fulfill those promises, because if he does fulfill those promises, it will benefit the Gambian people. But the rest that he does, I want him to be the executive, like his cabinet, I always want him to not do the right thing, because that serves my purpose as a politician. I don't know whether I'm making sense to you.
Yeah,
when
definitely.
when it comes to the civil service, I want the people that are qualified to man those positions. I don't believe in political appointments.
Yeah, I did say that a while ago, that that's the Gambia for us. Is who you
I
know
don't
and who knows
believe
you.
in that. I don't believe patronizing people, because Bamba suffered for me. As a result, he should be given a position. No,
Yes.
me, I was appointed. I never expected to be appointed in the first place, because I never applied. Bindeme Gambia, meet Adama Barrow, meet the executive of the UDP under the coalition. I'm meeting Kairaba Beach Hotel. You meet with the president. We were told that we should write. I didn't write, because, man, I was working. And I
But
feel
Bamba, do you think it was also fair to randomly appoint you without you having to write an application?
Well, I think that was because they felt that Bambamas has actively participated in fighting dictatorship, and as a result, let's give him an opportunity to serve. Maybe, I don't know, because a lot of people have done more than I did, and they were not appointed. And I feel that was unfair. In fact, let me emphatically say this here. I know somebody is listening to me right now, possibly.
Because I also think it's unfair.
I did
It's
say,
similar to the same thing we're saying.
no, no, I did say that I was going to return my appointment letter if certain people were not appointed at the time. I want to be quoted on this. I did say that. In fact, one of those right now in NPP, now serving in the diplomatic services, said to me, "No, don't do that." He said, "At least we need to have some people from the UDP that should land within the foreign service system."
Again, Bamba, don't you think that is why, like, literally, when fighting for politics or government, or many people join the struggle to get a post after, like I was saying, to be appointed, like to be given post after you guys are done with the fight and the struggle. Because I think
no, Ajay, that's wrong, because yes, some people did contacted Adama personally that they want to be appointed.
Bamba, no, because listen, even the last election, after people that went to Gambia supported Adama Barrow, campaigned for him, we saw many of them coming back on the internet attacking him, saying that, oh, they left their job here, they left their family, they left their kids just to go to Gambia, and afterwards Adama Barrow never appointed them in his government.
Those people did that because they want positions. I agree with you, but I'm also trying to make it emphatically clear that not everybody is like that. Some people genuinely fought to make Gambia a better place. And that's why I personally wasn't surprised that there happens to be a lot of infighting amongst us, because we went in with different agendas.
Yes, definitely.
Some people were there to make sure it's either my way or the highway. I know that. I'm not disputing you. Of course, so many, even within the UDP.
I think that's the same reason why most of us get to judge many of them, like categorize them on the same thing, and said, oh, it's all of you who wanted to have a post. So, yeah.
But that's why I said that's not fair, because you don't judge the book by the cover. Don't take everybody to be like me. I could be corrupt, but it could be that my sister Aji is down to earth. It could be my daughter Binta is an expert, believes in human rights. So don't just say because I am this, everybody else with me, everybody else that is my friend is like that.
And it's the same people, like most of them would come back on the internet, especially you see the past election. first lady baro ntega mim geke ntata je ngamna dimbaya bulajam ngamna doko bulajam ntata I was fighting ngam borita motor koma, but nobody asked you to do all of that.
Exactly my point. You went there selfishly, purunga dem uti plus. So amut plus, that is your butter and bread.
So funny that after all that you've been doing, just to come back on the internet for people to know that linga don't def no pour ut plus la.
But in the nyaka kersa, because you see, I just don't want to go deep. But that is one of the main reasons.
It's the truth. No, going deep.
But that is one of the main reasons. UDP and Barrow Hajj. That was the main compound reason. Because nyanenyi denjisne, okay, if Barrow is with Usainu Dabo, I would not get as close as I want. What can I do? Try to separate the two. Because Hamna ne Usainu amna presidential ambition. No sitting president would want a rival next door. So they use the political madness, try to convince in the head of the president, your political father wants your position. But that is very unfair because Usainu Dabo has categorically said that whosoever says Barrow would serve only 3 years in violation of the constitution, being a constitutional lawyer, he said, I will take you to court. I want Barrow to serve the full 5-year term because that was the mandate the Gambian people gave him. The coalition agreement is an agreement. It's a gentleman's agreement.
Okay,
which can be
Bamba, to cut you there, I want to take you back before we get to the coalition. I want to know, like, you and other people that joined the struggle to fight for the coalition, do you think you guys ended up achieving what you guys wanted?
Are you talking of right now or then?
Then and now. Looking at it now and then, do you think that you guys have achieved whatever you were fighting for?
We were on the path of achieving when everything crashed. So to answer your question in a short sentence, I would say no. But we were definitely on the path of achieving. If you look at the former Justice Minister, Honorable Abubakar Tambedu, Batambedu, as he is commonly known, Batambedu has put up so many legislations through the National Assembly for us to be able to take a step towards the path to having a better Gambia. But you know the end result. He was kicked out. Because what normally happens is those that surrounds the president would always try to protect their interests in violation of the public interest. It has always happened in most parts of Africa, and Gambia is not an exception. You know, I personally was tried several times to become part of that clique, that gang, and I said no. I have got audios, but me, I'm a type of a person that I can only be pushed to a limit. Otherwise, whatever I discuss with somebody in confidence, nothing would come under this sun that would make me come out to use those against you. I don't support that, because if you do to me, I would not like it. But if you push me to a level, up to a level of madness, I would show you that everybody is a madman. So I would come to that level to say, look, you are not a saint that you are putting yourself before the people. You are as nasty as anything, because then you have pushed me beyond the human limit. But I've had problems with people, Ajib. I've had who, if I talk or if I release audios and stuff, they might even end up committing suicide. I know. And I don't want to be responsible for people harming themselves or people getting so shamed to that level, because human dignity is very valuable to me.
Is something very common in our society nowadays.
I don't like that.
Okay, Bamba, basically people always say you were supporting MPP and then now UDP. So at some point, were you ever a supporter of MPP, or it's just people confusing the two things? Because as far as I am concerned, even when we spoke on the phone, I was like, Bamba, I think you were MPP and now UDP. And what I had on the phone, I just want you to repeat that on the show. So I think me, I'm confused. So were you MPP and cross carpet for UDP?
I was never capital NEVER. I was never NPP. Never in my life was I NPP. You see, Aji, a lot of Gambians are so much misinformed. They believe so much in Radio Kankan that Sunne Aji Domala, people will meet you in the street and run away just because somebody said it somewhere. You know, Gambian society has become a society of demeaning each other. People would use lies, fabricated from nowhere.
That's what the show is about.
Somebody accused me of Bamba going to collect Muslims and taking them to a Christian to be baptized as Christians, which was a surprise to me. Yes, you've not heard that on social media. It was all over.
I would have added that on the questions. Obviously.
Exactly. So people have accused me of even rape. People have accused me of sleeping with married people, sleeping with two women at the same time. I've had there is nothing, Aji, there is nothing under the sun that I've not been accused of. But that comes with what I do. I know that society, to make society better, you must expect reprisals. Prophets have faced it, kings have faced it, leaders have faced it, even independent strugglers have faced it. Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Nelson Mandela himself. Nelson Mandela, even the people he was fighting for have called him names. But when he succeeded, the same people started calling him Madiba, the father of the nation, and all the beautiful names. But he has been given all the worst names before. So you have to expect that, and you have to build that thick skin if you want to succeed in
definitely.
life. And that is what I believe. I have never been NPP in my entire life. In fact, to make it very easy, NPP was created in 2021 or 2020 or something like that. Then I was not in the government. I left the government in 2020 March. And then that was when the coalition drifted. You know, when the coalition drifted, it was only two of the UDP that were left in the government at the time. Mboj Sedikan and myself. Mboj was in America, I was in UK. Ibrahim Adiba was relief of his duties. So I think that was why when the government was trying to make a plan against Bamba, because I would say the government they use politics to push the government against me, and that was unfair because I am a servant of the government.
But
I serve
Bamba,
the government.
They do that to many other people. It's not
yes,
only
they've
you.
done it to many other people, but I would speak for myself. That was unfair because obviously by virtue of the constitution, I was not allowed to talk to the press. They told me categorically clear that Bamba, you don't need to resign. You have to wait until the report comes back to the embassy, and then you will be given an opportunity to respond. What did I hear? Bamba Mas has been accused. It was on Freedom Radio, and that was politically motivated. I still feel that pain because as a citizen of the Gambia, that was a violation of my constitutional right.
Okay, Bamba, that will bring me into you working for the embassy in London. So at some point you were accused. I want to know what you were accused of, because most of us would just say, oh, he was accused of this, he was accused of that, he was accused of that. But what was the main thing that you were accused?
Okay, I was accused of misappropriation. They accused me of taking $2 million.
Yeah.
Okay. These $2 million came about, Aji, as a result of when I was appointed at the Gambian embassy. You know, I was living in Birmingham. So to travel from Birmingham to London, to travel to Birmingham to London to work was very difficult because the embassy, it is the duty of the government to find a place for me to live. Like every other person that they appointed from the Gambia, you know, the embassy would rent a house for you and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So before the government could find a place for me, I was squatting. I was squatting, traveling. Sometimes every weekend I had to come. My family was here. I moved between London and Birmingham for a couple of, I think a year or so. So when I finally got a place, I was assigned 2 bedrooms. Okay, you know Gambian system.
Yeah.
We all know.
Yeah.
Gambian, you know. I shouldn't have done it. That was the only mistake I made. My landlady is Gambian. Go Ramonopi. Mom dafa bëggoon pour mu use the embassy pour mu teral pay council tax. Because embassy staff do not pay council tax. But that has nothing to do with the Gambia. That was the UK.
But you allowed her to do that?
No, because I rented her property.
Okay.
By virtue of me being there, she should not have paid council tax.
Okay.
I didn't help her.
Okay.
I did what I should do. But because somebody else was living in that same property and she was renting, that person should also pay council tax.
Was it a sublet?
No, she did sublet that person. She herself
under the
gave
same roof.
a contract. I have a copy of that contract.
Still.
So they accused Bamba of subletting when it was the landlady herself that sublet. Because you see, so neke admit, yala mo ko de dimbale. Amona bena bis koku def ma jox contract paper. Mune ma Bamba so deme embassy nga photocopier ma li nga emailal ma. So yala dimbale ma photocopy ko ma scan email ko. So I have a copy in my email. So bima accuse ne Bamba sublet yala dimbale ma man, I went to my email and I found all that and I produced that to respond to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So man, the months that I stayed in Birmingham, then I was a diplomat. Government sent Bopa, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nyoma Binda, through the ambassador. Ne Bamba and Suntu Ture mun apply for their drawback. We should have been paid our house rents. So we should apply for it. I applied for mine. I sent an application through the correct channel.
Was that going to be backdated?
It was backdated.
Okay.
It was backdated to the date I was appointed. I'm going to bury then you want a Bamba mas
that's why I said on the hot seat I just ask questions. So yeah.
So as you know that if you are in politics, you have a lot of
Bamba, I'm gonna cut you there. Like the way people were saying it, in my head it's like Bamba saw so many pounds, like millions of pounds in a certain account, or thousands of pounds in a certain account there, and start just taking from that account. For like this is how I was thinking about it. Like then for the account la DJ mi alonko embassy la account la fund le budget ka wotale do rakatela burado tokoto with that money. So this is how it is put in my head.
You see, as a welfare officer, I have never handled 1 penny. Never. No one at the embassy munna tahaw ne musna job Bamba 1 pound. You have a financial controller. You go to the financial controller and face a halis mujola receipt. Receipt bobu ngay isi to us, the staff, pour ñu topoto la sakay. Musuma gis a derem in that embassy with my own eyes. Astaghfirullah, musna gis derem, but that was Suntu Ture giving visa to people. Because when you come to get a visa, like Tubabi needed Buga dem Gambia, they needed a visa, you come and pay. So people come and pay, and sometimes they would send payment voucher through the post office. Lulu dem puru casco put it in the account. But we are paid from Banjul. We are not even paid here. Our salary is paid from Banjul through the bank, the Gambia government here. Gambia government has link with a particular bank. I think it's a Ghanaian bank that they pay us through our salaries. So soon Bamba mas lila jel. Man bima apply. And still now, if you look into my files here, I have got all my letters from the embassy, all the correspondence, everything. Permanent secretary bim jote letter bi def ko yobu PMO yobu ko treasury yobu ko they all approved everything approve PMO yobu ko central bank. The central bank pay through the bank in the Ghana bank, the Ghana Bank International, and even through the Ghana Bank International, it was not paid to me, it was paid to the embassy. Then the embassy called me, Bamba, your claim has been successful. Oh wow. Oh my God, I'm going to buy a ship today. I'm very happy that I got my money back. That was my money. That was nobody else's money. That was my money that I paid, because in my appointee, it is within my constitutional right for government pay a house for me. I shouldn't be paying for myself. So when I was paying for myself, government wants me to claim it, because I've always complained. They said to me,
but that is why I want to hear your side of story, the side of your side of the story, because this is how people will watch you, listen to you, or see you on the streets, like I do, and like Bamba mas kii su pare dañu race internet wala Bamba mas lii like ki nga xam ne dafa bokk ci house fraud, because some people were like
aji loolu yëpp fen la. Loolu yëpp is tuumal la boo xam ne politique moo si dugga, because gis nga man try na ñu bari bi ñoo dooree NPP.
Sorry, they're saying the volume. We've got a problem with the volume, so I don't know.
Volume, guys, I don't know why.
Guys, are you hearing us?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know why.
This is the second time someone wrote it that they're not hearing us.
I'm sorry about that. Why gis nga try na ñu bari. Aji man.
They said it's good. Okay.
Du ñëpp ñooy bañ nit. Within the NPP seen boppa wala within ñoom ñoo xam ne ñoom ñoo sanca NPP. They were UDP before. So they know Bamba Mas. So they feel that I was a threat to them. And President Barrow, he never knew about these things. He was not part of it. How much that is what
wow. Politics, that is what, your kind, the kind of way these people do politics is so nasty, it scares me.
Exactly.
It scares me.
But man, I knew they would do that. I was not surprised, to be honest with you. I was not surprised at all, because they have warned me. They've warned me prior. I'm not ko hamne ona ma ci telephone. Mune ma Bamba dega na ne denga dem Manchester. Man ko yes. Dem na Manchester kay. Mune ma but you shouldn't. Man ko why not? Mune ma because you are a civil servant, you shouldn't go to meet Usainu Dabo. Man ko look, do you know my job, or are you telling me my job? Man, I am the welfare officer. Every former diplomat or former diplomat, according to the Public Service Commissions, according to the public service rules, every diplomat, former diplomat, including vice president, former vice president, in the United Kingdom, government should give me fair, for them make sure his welfare is protected. That is my job. I didn't go to attend UDP rally. I went to see a former vice president. Munema, but you should not have. I said, no, look, I took permission from my ambassador. You are not the one to tell me from the Gambian, Luta man madem fofu. Because of the fact that PMO. Who are you to tell me that? So nyukulo, chibir wabi munema Bamba, you know what? If you try to destroy our plans, we will destroy you first.
Wow.
So I knew that I was warned.
Wow.
Why this man, I believe ne nit muta ya have samoro minute. Yalla rek moy muna ya. Because me, I believe ne Ousainou Darboe sudu politics sax. Dañ ma ko denka suma papa moo ma denka ci moom. He's a father figure to me. Warata ñëw in this country. OJ Jallow, Omar Amadou Jallow is my uncle. Su ñëwee fii, I should go and see him. Uncle Siaka Sonko. These are the people that I see with my elders. Dembo by force Bojang. Mungi NPP. Du mun a ñëw fii nii man ma nekk fii dew ma greet ko. That's not the way I'm brought up. Politics would not bar me from doing such a thing. I will always do so. I don't care how UDP feels. If Dembo Bojang comes here tomorrow, Pangamas, I will go and see him. But I was warned 3 times. The Mademe embassy, no wako Suntu Ture. Maneko, hana yo ya call diw, wako ne man dem na fi. Manema, hana momola walulu. Maneko, no, wahuma lulu. Mana, I'm just asking you, was it you? Manema, hey, Bamba. Bamba, nakala muna wahe lulu. That was the only time man ma record net te wahuma ko. Because I was very angry. Mujoge fi dem Banjul, nit oma from State House. Munema Bamba mas. Maneko nam. Munema hamga yaw suma nit nga. Munema be very, very careful. Right now, as I am speaking to you, do sangam at sangam, you get talk with the president.
But
discussing.
Bamba, if those people say you have to be very careful, what was it that they were expecting you to do at that point?
No, they expect me to join them.
Oh,
betray the UDP.
So you being careful is a way of you joining the UDP.
You either join them or I will lose my job, like Ibrahim Adiba. You know, Ibrahim Adiba publicly said he would not, and he was sacked. So those people who claim to be my friends wanted me to keep my job and join Barrow. So whether these things happen, whether they tumalma or tumaludma, at the end of the day, susuma contract they would sack me. I know that.
Oh, you knew that.
Oh, 100%. I knew that 1,000,000,000% I will go. Man kumase na pag suma bagasi lajal ñi nekk embassy. Ñoom they already know man, I have only a bag in my house. Apart from my bed and bed sheet, I had only a bag. Gis nga bi ñu amee problème bi ñu ramu lopi commencé problème boobu bi ma génnee from that house, people couldn't believe it. I didn't call a taxi, I didn't call anything. I just hold my bag, traveling bag, ma living ko, ma hecha ko, because I had few clothes in there. Every weekend I would come to Birmingham. I know that my family lives in Birmingham, so I just hecha it. Madam Susma Harit, embassy found a new house, a new building for me. I went to number 193 Malton Close. So you see, man, I knew there are hostile, powerful, hostile people that would do anything. They will not stop at anything because they know Bamba. They know the political powers that I have. They know my investigative skills. They know I'm very inquisitive.
But Bamba, this also tells us that so many people out there or in the government or working for the government or would work for the government in the future, the same thing could happen to them. So I want to know, like, during those times, how were you, like, mentally dealing with the whole situation, your family, back home, your wife, like if you have mature grown-up kids, how were you dealing with the whole situation with your family and everything that people were saying? How were you receiving it?
Personally, myself, I was mentally prepared for it, but my family was definitely affected.
Yeah,
and a lot of them are still struggling to pick up the pieces. Especially my elder daughter was so traumatized because I told them, I sat my family down and I said to them, in fact, what they wanted me to do was to just stop going to work when those things happen. But I said, I have signed a contract, I have an obligation. If I defaulted, government has every right to sue me. for defaulting, which I cannot afford. So what I need to do is either go and tender my resignation now, or I got sacked. But then that was during the corona period, so the offices were closed. We were not going to work. The embassy was not functioning. What we normally do is we work from home. So I waited until I got my letter through the post, and it was posted to me. The deputy ambassador traveled from London, came to meet me in my house here, and gave me my letter.
So,
he was very sad.
Where was there any moment or time on social media or outside, like at a gathering, where someone literally tell your wife or your daughter or any member of your family, like shoot them, like go sit there, like just shut up, your husband did that, or your dad did this and that? Okay.
No,
okay.
It has never happened. In fact, my children are not on social media that much. My children do not socialize like other people's children do. Of course, I am not saying other people's children shouldn't, but I've make it a point of duty that my children concentrate on building their future rather than be on social media. I call myself the black sheep. I'm the one on social media all the time. But very rare you would see any of my daughters or my sons on social media, because I want them to get what I was not privileged to have. I try to make them understand the privileges they have in this country, and they should make the best use of that. So obviously, no one has ever contacted my family to abuse or sort. All the abuse has come to me, and which I have psychologically prepared myself for. Because I know everything is politics. I know that.
Things happening on social media anyways.
Aji biñ ma tuumal ne Bamba Mass def dee tëdda ci digga benn jigéen tëdda fi benn jigéen. I was laughing my head off.
That's a threesome in English.
Pardon?
I said that in English means you've been having threesomes.
Exactly. I was laughing my head off. And I was saying, but these people, they are demeaning those ladies, not me. Because which stupid lady would want, even if I am your boyfriend, would want your boyfriend to sleep with you and sleep with another woman at the same time? Then that man does not value you.
But so Bamba, again, this is something that people do, to be honest. Some people, it's just normal to them. It's just not normal in our Gambian society, and to even hear
for me, that is animalistic.
Yeah, but to even hear it is bizarre. Like being accused of that, to even hear it is just bizarre, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been accused rape. I've been accused all sort of stuff. You know, people have said a lot of stuff about me. In fact, somebody, I would say Sontu Ture once said it in social media that Bamba Mass may accused rape. If the family of the girl had not begged the girl, he would have been in prison. And that was blatant lies. It was not true. God knows very well, nay, man Bamba Mass, man. In fact, the family came to defend me rather than defend their own child.
Bamba, basically, you were. Okay, rumors. We had rumors also that you sent some particular lady, an audio.
1 second. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Guys, we all heard it from Bamba. That's what I said. The hot seat is about the rumors, fabrications, gossips, and all of that you have there to bring the people here and ask them all these questions, because like I said, in society we just hear from people. So okay, Bamba, we basically there was rumors going around, like people spreading rumors that there was an audio going around that you sent an audio to some lady. I don't know this lady, that you were crying and pleading for time during the time that you were sacked from the embassy.
I was crying.
Yeah, they said you sent an audio to some lady crying and pleading for time.
Time for what?
For you to be given more time in the embassy.
so that I would not be sacked.
Yeah.
But why didn't they bring that audio out?
Well, these are things that have been said.
They,
So,
you see,
did you do
I'm not.
anything like that?
I'm a realist. I'm a realist. That is lies. If they don't have those audios, let them release it. You know, Gambians believe so much in peddling lies and all sort of. Me, Bamba Mas, I am a very, very emotional person. Yes, but for me to cry to keep my job, Aji, am I that desperate? Do I look
Well,
that
basically,
desperate?
that's how they were trying to portray it. That's
But
the
that's
right
what I'm
word.
saying. Do I look that desperate? Before this government came, I was man enough to bring my entire family to Europe single-handedly. I have 11 people in this country, 11 of my family, excluding myself. I took my mother to pilgrimage before getting this job. Why would I be so desperate to keep a job that people have gone in and out, and a job that is never permanent? Even the presidency is not permanent. I think some people sometimes, when they want to lie, they are not even intelligent in lying. Because if you want to lie, at least lie a lie that is believable.
But Bamba, what do you do when it comes with lots of accusing? And that's why I said politics is nasty. So, like you said, you were prepared for all of this.
Let me tell you, my wife that lives in Sweden we used to be a big fan of President Barrow. She had issues with so many people. But when this thing happened, it has affected her more than it has affected any member of my family. She was very emotional. She had issues with people. She has lost friends because a lot of people went to her to say, leave your husband. They wanted my wife to leave me because now I'm no longer a diplomat, thinking she married me because I'm a diplomat. They're wrong. You see, sometimes people, you don't get to know people because you see them from afar. This woman stood by me during difficult times. She left her job that she gets paid thousands of euros and came to cook for me, to make sure my clothes are clean, to make sure she looks after me, to make sure she understands me, because for her she thinks I was like traumatized. But I was more, I was pitying her more than she knows. But at that time, because we are far from each other, I traveled to Sweden and she travels. We are just like crisscrossing the two countries. She decided to say, look, I would rather come and stay with you. You see, Gambian people, you don't get to know someone until you get close to them. Those that are saying Bamba Mas, this and that, me, I cry to only someone I call mother. I once called a woman in America who I cried to, but she's my mother. I have called my mother in the Gambia and cried to her because she has had my cry since when I was a young person. So sometimes I do that to my mom to make her understand that I'm still her baby. I even do that still. Sometimes if my mother refuses to take her medication, she's 90-something years. My mother is the oldest woman in her village. Sometimes I will cry and say, Mom, if anything happens to you, I will not be able to forgive myself. Please, I beg you, Mom, drink your medicine. And I will cry and she will say, oh, Morikeba, I don't want to see your tears. Please, please. Okay, I will drink my medicine. And she does that. I do that for a purpose. But I'm too old to cry now. I'm not that a coward to cry.
Baby.
Oh, please, President Barrow, please, I beg you, keep my job. Don't sack me. Why would I do that? No. If I wanted, I would have stayed with President Barrow. And some of those people saying that know very well that if Bamba Mas had been in NPP today, I would not be a backseater. I would not be a clapper. I would be within the economy of power, like I have always been. So, but you see, human beings need to have a sense of direction. didn't join UDP because I wanted a position. No. I didn't join Barrow because I didn't support Barrow because I wanted a position. No. I supported Barrow because I wanted to get rid of dictatorship. I joined the UDP because I wanted to get rid of dictatorship. Otherwise, I would have been PPP because I was born PPP. You see, this is what many people fail to understand. I felt that I'm matured enough to be able to decide for myself which sense of direction do I need for me. And I sat down, thought about it, and I found that in the principles of the United Democratic Party Constitution, and I decided to join the party. So many people don't know. They are just making bogus, pointless accusations. You know, people believe that if you accuse somebody, you can demean them.
Yes.
For me, me, I know very well ne. Lena hamna. So frekentene. Man Bamba mas lima de disturb NPP guys. So frekentene they have a little faint
Evidence.
they would have released.
Yeah.
My naked video, my naked audio, my naked anything, my anything, if they have it, they would have released. You and I know that.
Yes, definitely. I know.
So they would just say Bamba mas did and that and that and that. In fact, Bamba, the only thing they can stand on is Tumalbi. Otherwise, if they have it, they would have released it long time. But Aji man Santana Yala. Gerem na suma wajuri ne man Bamba man billahi amna nyan suma yaay man I know it myself. I keep telling my mom, thank you very much. Mom, keep praying for me because man I know it myself ne amna nyan suma yaay because ñi they don't even know me, they judge me. Man balama judge net, I make sure I do my little research. Nekul ne aji moy ñew ne ma Bamba moytul bintu nila wa sambir. No, I would say, oh Aji, thank you very much, but I will make my research before I attack bintu. I don't just jump attack people. And if Aji tells me, because I have that shadow of doubt, because me I studied law. The law of causation is very important in me. If I have that shadow of doubt, if I am talking to Aji, I will record it. For posterity, because the reason why but moitu Bamba the sui wahe yaw devla record. I had that. People say, Mama moitu kan so wahe mo devla
Bamba,
record.
is it something that you do often? Like each time you talk to someone, you literally
Aji, I talked to you many times. Have you ever had your record anywhere?
Well, I will even come to you talking to me because I think those are one of the things that I will close with. Okay, Bamba, I want to get to something. Have you did you or have you ever abused power during the time that you were a diplomat by bringing cigarettes in this country and also selling those cigarettes to people to get money from it?
Never.
So you've never done that?
Never. And why would I? Cigarette from where?
They basically they said you were one of these people in the embassy that was bringing cigarette using your position.
That was before
using power.
I was appointed. You see, this is why I said Gambians are so misinformed.
They say you were bringing cigarette under the name of the embassy to sell it to other people just to make money from it.
That has never happened. Aji, you know that is. You yourself know that is one of the lies. You see, Gambian people, in fact, some people, because you see, if you want to lie a lie that can be believable. That cigarette saga happened during the Yaya Jammeh regime. But you see, then call Supaleku, then call.
I'm glad you had the cigarette saga. So.
I heard about it. That happened during the Yaya Jammeh regime. But in fact, even those people, they were alleged to have. Some people were sentenced to prison. Why was Bamba not sent to prison? If I was part of that, almost everybody that was part of that was imprisoned and deported. Why am I still here? You see, that should tell you that people who felt Bamba has disturbed us from the APRC, they want revenge. People in the NPP that fell ne Bamba sonal you pari, they want revenge. So what they want is let's destroy him. They yala mumuna destroy it. Man, even those that I was against within the APRC, man, oh my ben dole put destroy land. I just say what I have investigated.
Don't you think that you intimidate them? That's why, like, they can't stand Bamba. Bamba is so strong.
No,
He's the only person.
I know I can be very intimidating.
He is standing on our ways. So we have to do something to get rid of them. Don't you think like some of these things are the reasons why they do that?
Of course, yes, 100%, 1,000,000,000%. In fact, I know some people feel threatened by my presence. I know that. Nobody has to tell me that. You see, when I went to the Gambia, when I went to the Gambia after dictatorship, my village organized a party. They called, they read the Quran, and they did. I went with Yankuba Dabo, and Barrow gave me some security guards to guard me and all that stuff. So on our way going, we reached Buyam. You would not believe a man with a horse cart came from nowhere and crossed the road. Driver dived in order to avoid colliding with the horse cart, and the vehicle somersaulted into the ditch with people, members of my family.
Wow!
In it.
Sorry to hear that.
I was not in that
sorry
vehicle.
To hear that.
No. Let me just come. Let me try and explain this to you. The people of Buyam came to help rescue people under that vehicle. You will not believe it. They saw me, and I'm not being now. This is Bamba Mas. Kimo de live in Yaya Jame, and everybody left us.
Wow!
And people were under the vehicle, under the rubble, somewhere wounded. It was Abdullah Bojang, the speaker of the National Assembly, who came and said, Bamba. I said, hey, Honorable, how are you? He said, oh my God. Then he called people, and they rushed. When Abdullah Bojang called them, they all ran and left the vehicle.
Wow, Gambian politics. Okay.
And another incident, when I went to my village, I am the only citizen, I am the only diplomat of that village where I was born. Alhamdulillah, thanks be to Allah, I have so much respect for the village people. In fact, Munumalena Fay, they did what they've never done for any citizen of that village for me, and I appreciate it. But within that very village where I was born, they were jealous. They were not happy. In fact, they couldn't hide it. Some stood in the middle and said, "Why doing this for Bamba? Why not others?" So you in society, as a human being, don't say this would never happen. It happens all the time. In fact, even people who share the same parents do jealous each other. We can never remove jealousy. Jealousy has caused the first human death from the children of Adam, because Habil could not accept his brother Kabil marrying his sister, because Kabil's sister was ugly. He wants to marry his own sister. As a result, he had to kill the other brother. So that is human nature. I do not hold people to it, because I have to know the reason why you hated me for me to judge you.
But Bamba, sometimes people don't have even reasons to hate someone.
Well, if you don't have any reason for hating me, and yet you don't, but if you don't feed me, you don't pay my rates, you don't pay my house rent, you don't teach my children, you are not responsible for my tomorrow, you are not my doctor, or you are not my God, that is your bread. That is your cross to carry. You are the one having that in you. For me, I don't want you just hating me to make me hate you. No. I want, sometimes I get angry with people, but I want to be a person who tries to fight hating. Because amul ben jering. Man sumala hate, it doesn't benefit me, neither does it hurt you. Because you don't know me in the first place. You just know me, this is Bamba Mas, this is Aji.
Bamba, do you know that some people hate people to the point that when they go to sleep, they don't sleep because they're thinking and planning what they have to wake up to and do to that person just not to be happy?
No, I think, Aji, that is possessiveness. I don't see that as hate. That is possessiveness. For me to hate someone to a point. You know, when I was fighting against Yaya Jammeh's dictatorship, a lot of my brothers call me anti-Jola. But they fail to understand me. The one that brought me up is a Jola. The one whose breast I suckle is a Jola. They don't even know me. I have uncles from Sintet who are Jolas. My sister is married in Fonyi block. Somita. When I went to Fonyi Somita, the Jolas are listening to me. They took me to their circumcision. And I was singing with them. I was singing with them. I was part of them. Because my grandparents want me to go through that initiation. I was taken to a Sarakule circumcision, me, when I was young. So if you don't know me, you just don't know me. And I am not, I'm not at liberty to be going around every compound telling everybody who I am.
Bamba, that takes me back to tribalism. Some people say, oh, Bamba is tribalist, to the point that he does not even speak Mandinka. Oh, can he even speak, oh, sorry, to the point that he does not speak Wolof. Oh, can he speak Wolof? Like I said, before the show, someone asked me, does Bamba even speak Wolof? Can he even speak Wolof? And in my head, because I've never spoken to you in Wolof, even when we see each other, it's like English, 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 English. I don't even think that we speak in Mandinka, no. So it's sometimes I switch to Mandinka and we will speak a little bit of it, but we always speak in English. So I think that's because we both live in the UK. So Bamba, are you tribalist?
Can I put the question back to you, Aji? Aji, am I tribalist?
No, I'm gonna send it back to you because if I answer, it means I'm just gonna I'm trying to paint you good out there. So you answer the question, and then if I have anything to say, I will say.
Okay, I agree with you because they might say, Aji, yeah, you are my sister. Okay. Okay, for those doubting Thomases, let me be very honest here. When I chose to get married, for the first time in my life, I married a non-Mandinka.
Oh, your wife is Wolof?
No, it's Fula.
Fula, okay.
I married a non-Mandinka, and all my children were born by her. So if I was tribalist, I would have married a Mandinka because I had the opportunity of marrying Mandinka, many Mandinkas. My wife from Sweden also, though she speaks Mandinka, but she is by tribe Fula, Sediba. So that means by tribe, I have never married a Mandinka in my life. How can I be tribalist? If I were a tribalist, I would not be able to learn to speak Wolof. Because
well, you surprised me with your Wolof, to be honest.
Where I was born in Barokunda, there is nobody in that village out of 5,000 plus people who speaks Wolof. There is nobody in that village who speaks Fula. The entire village, top to bottom, all speak the one language, Mandinka. We don't know any other language. But you see, I have Fula lineage myself. My grandmother married Musamolo. Musamolo is Fula. Though Musamolo's wives, most of them are Mandinkas. So if Musamolo is not tribalist, I'm not tribalist too. So many people don't know anything about me. My father's first wife is Jola. She brought me up. Many people don't know that. So if you don't know people, ask.
Yeah.
Not that because you always hear me speaking my language, because
Yes.
that's my language. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud of what God has created me. I believe that inna kalakinakum min dhakar wa unsa wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qabaila lita'araf. It's just to recognize us. But inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. That's what matters. This is what we fail to understand. You know, people need to get close to their God, because all this hate in the air is a threat of Satan. Satan wants Satan wants us to hate each other for no reason. You see, there was one gentleman I spoke to just not long ago. I told him, I'm more handsome than you. And I was joking, but he was so angry that he insulted my parents. Personal. And I was only joking. And could you imagine, when he got back to himself, he called me the next day and was apologizing till crying. He said, I didn't know why I even insulted you. What did you say? You didn't say anything.
Maybe he woke up from the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah, exactly, from the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah.
So these things happen. If I was a reactional person, like I am always, one of my friends who is now NPP used to tell me, Bamba, you have two sides. I said, what do you mean?
Different personalities.
So Bamba, the Bamba on social media and the person Bamba are different. Because
I can tell. I can tell.
Can you stop, please? Stop. Many people do tell me this, and that means I don't know myself.
Bamba, okay, I'm gonna say this now, yeah. When I each time, because you said that, and I'm not the only person who's gonna say this. Each time, because like people that are watching you have never met you in person. Each time I watch you on social media, it's Bamba, they're fighting over something. Like I said to Fadanso the other day. And when you meet Bamba in person, you're so sweet, you're so calm, you're encouraging. Like each time I meet you, Bamba, you're so encouraging. And you are one of these Gambians that I can run to day, night, evening, middle of the night. And I know I have a Gambian brother who's there for me with open arms. Bamba, every time I called you, you don't hesitate to pick my calls. Everything that I need that you can do for me, you will say, Aji, don't worry, put your phone down, I will sort it out. I've been attacked here, I've been insulted, I've been threatened. There were voice messages going around that this and that. Bamba, when I called you, you were like, Aji, go and sleep. And each time I meet you, when we sit to chat, everything that you tell me is to better myself, is encouraging with what you're doing, with this, with that. So like, and when you're chatting with me, Bamba is so cool and calm. You're so, I'm like, I can stand there the whole day listening to someone who is talking sense and in a calm way. So I can tell you that you're different and you're so sweet and I can tell every Gambian that if you need a Gambian brother who can be there for you, in the UK, I'm telling you, you are the right person to call, to be honest. Someone was going through some difficulties last month, and you know this. When they called me and said, oh, we've called Bamba Mas, we can see how he can help. He picked my call and said he's going to help. You know what I said to them? Just, you mean Bamba Mas? They said, yes. They said, oh, Bamba is the only person that can help. This is what they told me. And I was like, put your phone down, I'll get to Bamba now. And when I called you, you had so many things to do at that point, but you picked my call and you said, call me on Wednesday. And when I called on Wednesday again, you didn't hesitate to pick my call, and whatever you could have done, you done it. So I can attest to that, to be honest. I can give you that.
Militancy and my personality are different traits. This is what people don't understand. When I'm doing militancy and politics, that is Bamba trying to draw people's attention, Bamba trying to get people, trying to put messages across. That has to be very different from my private life. My private life is to bring up people to become better servers of society. The humanity in me would only be when you meet me in person. For somebody to see me on social media, judge me on social media, I've met many people. In fact, one person told me, Bamba, I thought you are a very big man. I said, what do you mean big? He said, gigantic. Kuduf. I'm this same Bamba Mas. He said, I never knew you were this tiny little man, you know, who I can just slap and you fall down. He said, I don't believe in violence. I'm not a violent person.
No, you don't. You
I
definitely you're not.
I believe in the humanity of humans. I can be very tough dealing with me, especially for somebody who is kind of unnecessarily problematic. Somebody who just naturally do not want to be human. I can tell you, I've left the Gambian embassy almost how many years now, but I still serve them because I'm a Gambian. There are Gambians out there that they would not drink their medication. They are in mental hospital.
But
they will not
many of us would accept that we have mental
until
issues.
I call the hospital and they hear my voice. If they are not sure that Bamba Mas is calling, they are violent. The hospital will call the embassy and embassy will say, Bamba is no longer working for us. And I told them, I said, look, I am not doing this for you. I'm not doing this for Barrow. I'm a Gambian like Barrow. How would I feel if my children are in that condition? Call me even at night. I'll pick up my call and serve my people. Because that is me. And when I was leaving the embassy, a lot of staff cried. Because when I was there, they have seen the human Bamba, not the social media Bamba. In fact, some of them, when they see me on social media again, they would say, Bamba, you are too. People tell me this over and over and over.
Personalities.
Yeah, they don't understand. I choose to be like that. My militancy and my humanity, I want to separate them. You see, I had this with one of the Kenyan MPs, the Kenyan former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. When I met Raila in India, I had a chat with him. I saw something struck me, that this man is no ordinary person. I sat with him, had picture, had tea or coffee. I remember that I had coffee, and I don't know if he had coffee or tea. We sat down. I said to him, you've been my role model for a very long time. And today God has blessed me to meet you, Your Excellency. And I asked him so many questions. This man was sitting, listening to me. And he's seen so many things in me. And I was very, very happy that I've met a person who is non-Gambian, who tells me stuff that in politics, this is what you need to do. I learned a lot from him. I've met very, very, very honorable personalities that have served in the United Nations, that have served in very high positions. And if you see them, how humble. One of my lecturers in India was an Army Lieutenant Colonel. I ask people who've gone with us to India, they will tell you, if you see him, you would think he's a street cleaner. So I've learned so many things. So many things from people. Sidia Jata, for instance, Honorable Sidia Jata. We are not in the same party, but if I see Sidia, I see myself. I've seen a part of Sidia Jata. When Sidia Jata was invited to give the apology in Jawara's funeral at the parliament, I was crying. That was the only time I have been so emotional.
Why?
Because Sidia Jata has been an opponent of Jawara for all these years. For such a man to come and say such things about the man that he has opposed all throughout the PPP regime got tears from my head. And I said, on the whole, I am not alone. There are people that think like me. There are people that see betterness in other people. There are people that feel that some people, Aji has got potentials that can better the lives of our people. It is not only me, because me, I believe in people getting to retirement age and going. I don't want anybody to go past your retirement age. If you have reached retirement age, please go. Let somebody else come. I don't believe in this idea of having experience.
I don't believe in this idea of having one
Nobody has
president
experience.
for
Where
long
did you
time.
learn experience? Everybody learn experience from the job. Like what you used to say, that when he graduated from university, he goes looking for a job. He goes to another place, they would say, do you have 3 years experience? No, sir. He goes to another place, do you have 5 years experience? No, sir. And he said none of those would give him the job so that he can have the 5 years or the 3 years experience.
But don't you think Gambians are scared of change too? Like, we're so scared of change.
And unless changes happens, development does not come. Because everybody has got different ideas of the same talent. We have to be exploring different ideas. Gambians do not want to retire. That is our problem. I believe in retirement. Go and get your retirement package and be at the mosque. I don't mind politicians remain there. But for civil service, don't stay there for beyond your welcome. Train the younger ones. Once they are qualified, hand over to them. If you go to India today, there is an institute, the Foreign Service Institute, the Foreign Service Institute, the university there. All the lecturers were former ambassadors. All of them. And you will not believe it. The caliber of education they give is from experience. And even if you are stupid, you would learn something.
That's why they say experience is the best teacher.
Why can't we have those kind of institutions and all these retirees? If they don't want to retire, they can be useful somewhere. All these retirees would go back and lecture. Tell people the experience that you had at this particular job, so that those people also would grow to learn from you. Because if you stay longer, if you stay beyond your welcome, you become useless. What you end up doing is destruction, not adjustment, not construction.
But Bamba, Gambians don't like coming and going. I think until then buge. We most of us, we're power hungry. When we come, because we're enjoying, we just want to stick on that power, like on that position, and just don't want to give other people chances.
Aji, is lack of intelligence, because you have to understand that no condition is permanent. We keep saying, even from primary school, no condition is permanent. So what makes you believe that the position that you are in would be permanent? President Jammeh used to say that our rule is... He himself knows that he would not live for 1 billion. That is just hypothetical. You know, there are people that believe in President Jammeh to a point they wanted to crown him king. We have seen that. We have seen people run after President Jammeh's vehicle from Kanilai all the way to Banjul. If I do that, Aji, I will be in an ambulance. I can't. But people do it out of love for him. Where are all these people today? Where are they? They disappeared into thin air. Some people are supporting NPP. Some people are supporting UDP, while others have left politics.
Retired.
Yes. Why others have retired from politics. But that does not make it nay, man. I shouldn't condemn that regime. If UDP has done wrong, and I am in the UDP government, I'll be the person to come out and apologize to the Gambian people. I don't care if my party likes it or not, because I believe in politicians being sincere with the people. I don't believe in politics of cajoling, politics of benachin and sabar. No, I believe in, yes, I believe in what you tell the electorates that you will do. Do that. If you can't do it, you serve. And I also want Gambians to fight so hard so that we can get presidential term limit. Because otherwise, we will always end up having dictators.
And Bamba, this is what Gambians don't know, that we ourselves, we build dictators.
Of course we do. I know that. And all of us know.
Many don't.
We do. Because I heard it from my brother, President Barrow, saying that Jammeh has learned his lessons. I, Barrow, have learned my lessons. I take that to be very sincere. What did they learn is what I keep asking. Because if you don't correct the mistakes of the past, you drag it into the present and carry it into the future. That every leader should be very careful of. Then ko wara moytu bu baax. Gis nañ ñun we are very lucky. Gis nañ time is Dawda. Then we were young. Ñu dugga ci time Jammeh. Then only xale yi ñoo jël nguur. Xale yi. They were young lieutenants, 27 years, 26 years, and so. They were very young. And people were saying all sort of stuff. You know, time is youth, it's our time, it's our time. Everybody was, new boys, we were booging in the streets. But I sat and thought, and I said to myself, I will not be a party to anybody. I remember one politician in NCP, Idrissa Oaimane, in Bundu. We used to go to Khalifa's house and we would learn this political philosophy there when we were young boys. And we would go to Idrissa Oaimane's compound, play football. You know, I used to hear from that man, Mahbana Chikergide. Hale yi moytu len mahbana ci kër gi de tay bobu deguma olof bu baax de so ñom Jais ñom li fini my very age mates in Bundo man the only they used to say Bamba olof yi Bamba mas moy mahbana ci kër gi because that was the only thing I know in Wolof. Don't laugh, that was the only thing I know in Wolof. Suñ ne Bamba yow degulu olof man hey pour ma fontu de mahbana ci kër gi. So they laugh, you know. Then we were small kids. So that is what I took up. Man, no mel if it doesn't matter which political party you belong to. So much tolumak, I give you your care. Damala job sa care. I have a limit where I deal with people older than me. Because non lañ ma yare. You would always be observant ne suma nekkee ci social media sax suma amee ay wax digante ko xamne magnama all the time dama dey wax ne yow suma koto nga I don't want to go that level with you. You are my person. Am na ñene UDP they always ask Bamba why do you call Barrow suma brother na koto bro. Say to them he's my brother. Barrow has never denied that Ousainou is his father. He always say my political father. So why, when NPP didn't stop Barrow from calling my father his political father, why would anybody stop me from calling him my brother? He is my brother, of course.
Regardless.
Even if we don't belong to the same political party, we are all Gambians.
Regardless,
Regardless of our ethnic or political or religious affiliations, we are my best friend, man Bamba. Today, my best friend is a non-Muslim. He's a Christian. I trust him more than I trust myself. Man, sumako yone $10,000 in the Gambia today. Haji, believe me, he will keep that $10,000 for 10 years. If I go to Gambia, I'll meet that $10,000. When my brother Muslims, I have entrusted them, they failed me. But this Christian has never failed me. So if you want me to choose among the two, which one do you expect me to choose?
Your Christian brother that kept
exactly.
The money.
So people need to understand me. You cannot just judge people to say ki kefir la or ki nila.
Well, so they dem safara.
You don't.
They always do that.
God has closed the chapter of messagehood. Messenger Yonent Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last prophet. No other prophet would come. So you don't have any moral authority to judge anybody. It's only God. Mun the best send best day YouTube duga arjana. because that's my faith. Islam, we believe that.
Yeah, yeah.
If you die a Muslim, well, that's what my religion tells me. So if they die at their point of death, they tube, that judgment is with Allah, not with anybody. And I don't like it when I hear people saying,
well, people like us that wear shorts every time. Every time I hear people, your mom's what they suffer and I say, okay, you're boka bandit.
You know, I don't question people's mode of dressing. You know, though I would have wished my sister Aji to dress like I always wanted to see
Since
you
I don't
dress.
like to wear grambuba. Me, everyone reminds me every minute.
I don't want us to bring that to this discussion. You know, me and you don't agree on that. Of course, but no. I respect you so much, but you know, Verme, you know my beliefs in those kind of stuff. But anyway,
but regardless, like I'm gonna sleep in the same graveyard with them.
No, regardless, I like your personality, and that is me. I don't judge people because of what others say about them, because the humanity in people is to give them senkir. They would reciprocate.
Yeah, that's why they say respect is reciprocal.
If I had met you and I say, you call me and I say, Kokan la aji, hey, loma kole, how would you see me? I shouldn't demean you. Prophet, man, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't behave that way. Muhammad has brought people closer to him who have gone through torture. Muhammad has even Isa alayhi salam. He has brought up even prostitutes and trained them to become sahabas, to become his followers, disciples. Mary Magdalene, for instance, in the Bible, become one of the greatest disciples of Jesus Christ in the women's folk. So who are you to judge anybody? Khalid ibn al-Walid was a very, very arch enemy of Islam. Dafa nekk noonu Islam. Rey na sahaba yu bari. Waaye bi mu duggee ci biir Islam, dafa promise prophet ne, gis nga this sword that I used to kill Muslims, I will use it to spread Islam. And he did it. So for me, this is why I have problem with some preachers. Because man might believe ne, you are not God's son. You are not messenger. You don't have any moral right to determine who is going to hell or who is going to heaven. Just do your preaching. Just do your preaching. And try to do it in a respectful manner, so that, because when you do it in an arrogant manner, nobody would listen to you. Even those that you appeal to, they will no longer be interested. But once you do it in an appealing manner, then you draw people's attention. They would come to like you. They will come to do certain things. I have sisters, they dress in coats that I never like, but that does not make me hate them. No. I even have my own children, not my biological children, but my children. Because if I say my children, I have so many people that see me as a father, people that I adopt as my children, and people that adopted me as their father. So I hope people don't miss this too. People that I adopted as my children, and people that adopted me as their father. There are people who lost their parents and they've adopted me as their father. So I became their parent. I've seen them do things that I don't like, but all that I can do is to advise.
Yeah, definitely. But Bamba, that is what have many don't realize in our society. Like you said, they dictate or force you to do something. A while ago, I wrote something, a post, and someone came and said, it's better for you to go and learn your deen. And I responded to say, who are you to judge me? You don't even know me that enough to know that I know my deen or don't know my deen. When I responded to that and said, did Islam or your deen tells you to judge people that you don't know? And the person responded and said, "Sister, sorry." And I said, "Well, you see, I send the question back to you because you are here judging someone that you don't know, saying they don't know they did." Okay, Bamba, moving forward, I've seen you been so involved in politics, like for a long time, for the longest, and you've always been on social media talking about politics. I wonder why you haven't been to Gambia or go to Gambia to protest in the local government, in the local government elections. Yeah.
To contest or protest?
Or to contest, like to go and contest in the local government elections.
Aji, homa load of the Ahmad. That is a difficult
question. It is me. I tell them. I'll surprise you with people on the hot seat.
That is a very difficult question. Aji, I am not someone. I believe the Gambian people should rather seek for my service. Maybe I may think differently with people. You see, you serve people better when they seek you rather than you seek them. What I can do is to support anybody who wants to serve, even when suma helat ak helatam dafa ute. Man si suma gis-gis ni ñu ñora wara o nela Bamba, we need your service. We think you can do this. Like the Gambian government approached me and said, we think you can serve us at the Gambian embassy. That was how I got appointed. I didn't seek position. I am not someone who goes doko. I don't do that. I don't want, in fact, I was more closer to President Barrow than most people. But President Barrow can bear me witness. I have never doko him. Never. I am close to Alaji Usenu. Alaji Usenu can bear me witness that it has taken 2 years, sometimes more than that. I don't even call him on the phone. Because the reason being, I just don't want, it's not my nature. No. But it has never been my nature to doko. Even when I was little. You see, when I was a Taliban, like a Taliban, you know Taliban?
Yeah, I know Taliban. If
we are called, and elders would say this munko during Tamharit, I used to be always standing at the back. And the man giving the munko would say, Bamba, why are you there? Why are you not
in front?
Looking with them? I would always say, I know if I am meant to have my say, I would have my say. So that was when I was little, around 7 years or young. So I grew up with that belief. I hate begging. I hate, in fact, for me, those who know me in the village, if I do you wrong, when I was little, I was very stubborn. If I do you wrong, I tell you I'm sorry once, only once. And if you try to make it, no, Papa, take it, I would be angry. Because I know I'm short-tempered. If I'm wrong, I would say I'm sorry. But if you try to make it a problem, I will make it more a problem. So I was more of a reactionary person. So growing up, I decided to change a little. Just move back. Because I fought all my young childhood day. I fought. That's why I couldn't stay at one place. Sometimes they would take me to Katamina, leave Barokunda, take me to Katamina. Sometimes they take me to Sutuku. Sometimes they would take me to Masembe. So my father wouldn't want me to stay at one place because I was always fighting. In fact, at some point, he had to take me out of the Gambia to Casamas because I was very stubborn. I fight. And I fight there, so they would say, Mama's Momanjakole. I don't know how do they know Manjako Lakelobukab. And by virtue of that tomorrow, Manjako became my best friend. Maybe that is either by design or natural God's intervention. When I met John, he became my, yeah.
Don't you think, like you just sitting here in the UK and like you said, you want the best for Gambia, just not a dogo thing or people calling you, but you're like, oh, people can't see that I am the best person to this post or to run this post. And just say to yourself, okay, you know what, I think I am the best person to be appointed here. So, and just go and do that job back home.
I don't think there is a best person. I believe there are better people. Because there can never be the best. In serving society, the moment you see yourself as the best suited, then you become greedy. I believe everybody has a talent to offer, has something to offer. Maybe that's my belief. So if for instance I want a position, for instance like today, I want to become the vice president of the Gambia. I'm being honest with you. I want to be President Barrow's vice president. If he appoints me tomorrow, I'll go to Banjul. But if there is somebody better suited to serve in that position, I shouldn't be greedy. This is what I believe. And also, if I have seen someone appointed by the Gambian people and he doesn't serve the purpose that he is appointed for, that is when I go challenge you. I will not challenge you to seek the position, but I will challenge you for failing that position of trust. Because it's not a right, it's a privilege that the Gambian people gave. Me, I didn't just jump and attack President Jammeh. No. I gave the soldiers the benefit of the doubt. When they said they were soldiers with a difference, I took a back seat. In fact, the vice chairman was my classmate. I would have been very close. And in fact, even when I came to the UK, I was approached 3 times with 3 different positions. But it has never been my policy. When I was joining the anti-apartheid movement, I vowed that I will never support dictatorship. Never. So that vow still remains with me, and I hold it very dear to my heart. I don't care what anybody thinks of me. Jammeh is my brother. I have known him well before he became president. Many people don't know this. I have known Adama Barrow well before he became president. Maybe I am lucky. Because President Jammeh's brother was my best friend when I was posting as a teacher in Basse. Jammeh used to come and see his brother, and my house is just here, and Lebaj Bojang's house is next door. So President Jammeh comes see Lebaj Bojang, and we all sit down, drink hata together. That was well before he became president. Then he was even a lieutenant, a sergeant, not even a lieutenant. So when luckily or maybe coincidentally, Lebaj Bojang went to America, and I was in the Gambia working at Senegambia Beach Hotel. He used to send money through me to take to Yaya Jammeh's mother, Auntie Asombi in Bakau. In fact, you will be very surprised that when I was arrested by Baba Job and his group, it was Auntie Asombi Bojan that called State House for my release. So you see, a good turn sometimes deserves another, because that woman would never forget me. She has always asked people where I was. When they told her I was in the UK, she wanted to make sure that me and Yaya Jammeh work together. Because that woman has seen how much I respect her as I would have respected my own mother. Because she could give back to me. I call her Inya, mother. The way Jolas call their mother, that's how I call her. Adama Barrow's mother, I call her mother. Adama Barrow's elder brother was brought up in my compound, my biological compound, his elder brother. Many people don't even know this. I used to go with him. He trained me to become a man. I used to go with him to the farm, to the rice field, Katamani Tutola. Many people don't even know this. But some people who knew are even hating me for not supporting President Barrow.
Is it by force?
This is what I keep telling them, I don't hate my brother. Adama is my brother. I supported him before they did. I wanted Adama to be a better person. I wanted Adama to be the best. And Adama has still that opportunity to be the best. So the ball lies in his court. He still has a chance to make it right. And if he does, he would have my blessing. Because that's why I supported him day and night, sleepless nights. But because of Gambian people's greed, that's why when I told you at the beginning, when I hear President Barrow said, I learned and Yaya Jammeh learned, I asked myself, what did my brother learn? Because what I would have wanted my brother to do is to correct the wrongs of the past. So that posterity would smile at him when he is no longer there. You see, Jawara made so many mistakes. But the reason why Gambians still reveal Jawara, they always sing praise, Jawara's praise, is because Jawara has got one thing that is a threat in his legacy. He valued democracy. He gave Gambian people the freedom. That's why yes, and that is the truth. He has given Gambians a voice. He has given us human rights. Jawara in his time, when people, PPP complain to him that these NCP people are disturbing us, they call you Ngunja, Ngunja, Ngunja. He tells them, if they call me Ngunja, you also call them Chalo. You know, he has mastered politics. Jawara became a master politician, even better than, because Jawara was not a politician. Jawara was a veterinary doctor, but he mastered the Gambian people so much, and it's because of Jawara that we were united. Jawara made so that most of his ministers married into other tribes. He brought this intermarriage. We become each other's cousins. So that legacy would be there forever. Because Jawara wanted a unity. For the first time when they approached Jawara, it was the Protectorate People's Party. Jawara said to them, no, I can't lead a party that is only sectional based. Because of ne man Chikaulan Deka. Chikaula Joge. So a party named after Chikaubi, man, I would not lead that. I would lead a united party. That's why he called it the Progressive People's Party. Why? At the beginning, Uncle Sanjali Bojang and others, when they wanted to form the party, because they see that all the bottom number tankai Banjul Lendeka Akliko, P.S. Njai, Alaji I.M. Gaba Jahumpa, Reverend Jesse Fay, and all these big bottom number tankai Janga. Falanek. In those days, Aji, maybe you were young or maybe not even born. In those days, I was told that in those days, English was not even a problem because most people were not educated. In fact, 99.9 plus 1% of the police force were all illiterate. The police force completely was, for you to speak pidgin English, that's how you get promoted. The police, they only speak pidgin English. That's why even right now, you hear at the police, Asabiyam. Yes, Asabiyam, sir. Asabiyam, sir. Thank you, sir. Because that time, that is the only language they understand. Otherwise, when they used to drill the police, they would say Nyamo Bero, Nyamo Bero, Nyamo Bero. Left, right. That's how they call it, Nyamo Bero, Nyamo Bero. Most people like me
don't even know that.
Exactly, most people don't know that. But Gambia has come a long way. At the Banjul International Airport, they used to call it Yundum Airstrip. They used to light this matter for planes to land. Planes to land. They used to light matter. So for those who don't know where we come from, this Banjul Basse Road, it takes people 1 week to leave Barakunda to come to Banjul. 1 week. There were no roads, no roads. Amud yon more Amud. yoon ci boppam moo amut. The government of Sir Fariman Singate and the British use more of the river than land. Most of these roads were built by Sadauda. Most of these banks were brought by Sadauda. If people say Sadauda defut dara, man, I always ask them, how old are you? Because
Bamba, the truth is, Jawara gave us peace, and it's just what we missed about it.
Exactly.
No,
yeah, Jame mistake more than
Jawara's government.
What allow people to use him instead of Yaya using people use Yaya because tay. Can moy them can lie? Nobody. When Yaya was alive, Kanilai used to be like a rolling wheel that never stops. Electricity musun coffee. People have 24 hours electricity. In fact, Kamfenda Johnson, people from Kanilai used to come to Kamfenda Johnson to sell glass. What those people should have learned, what those people should have remembered was before Yaya Jammeh, how were we? If Mankamankunda is wise, they should have learned from Kanilai. Because Jawara didn't permit the people of Barajali to abuse his position as president. Gambia, we need to learn. Because today, family Yaya Jammeh, Yungeduna, but who is calling them? Nobody. All of them then abandon. And Yaya, at least, Bon. He's made some people's lives better. Despite man, I don't support him. But let's call a spade a spade. Yaya Jammeh sent some people to universities. Yaya Jammeh educated some people, and up to today, they are serving better positions than they were before Yaya Jammeh came. At least they should delunjuka. Man, Buguma Neka, I don't want to be a betrayer. Betray. I don't betray. Man, at Yaya Jammeh, man, if I were with Yaya Jammeh, even you joge from Equatorial Guinea, I would not have come. I would stay with him. That's what I call friendship, for better, for worse. I believe in for better, for worse. Though many people they go on a Christian belief, but that should have even been a Muslim belief, for better, for worse. If you have to be my friend, you have to be my friend in need and friend indeed. That is why I don't like fake. I hate fake.
And we have a lot of them among
us. Side of me. That's why people say they don't understand me. If you want to see the other side of me, just be fake. I don't like fake. I am always me. Yaya Jammeh has done so much good for some people. Not taking them for pilgrimage. That is government. But I mean personally. He picked them from the gutters and made them somebody. For those people to betray him now should have taught President Barrow, who is the current president, that those who could have done that to Yaya Jammeh can do worse to him.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely.
This is my problem with people. Even Alaji,
but people, Gambian people don't like to lie.
Has some people, 100%, they betrayed him. But he is very lucky that he has not ascended the presidency at the time. Otherwise, if Alaji Hussein has been president, those people that are with some people that are with Barrow today would have pretended that Alaji Hussein is their biological father. So even with Barrow, they are fake because they want to keep their position. They can say anything.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, First Lady Musonoma, we were sitting chatting. He asked me a question. He said, Mr. Man, you were my teacher, and I believe you would not lie to me. You would tell me the truth. I want to know, but I said, look, you are my boss. But this question that you are asking me, if I should tell you, I'll be a hypocrite. Go and ask her. In fact, not long ago, because he said to someone, Bamba mask can never change. He believes in what he believes. I said to her, look, it's not because you are the first lady that I have come to you to lie. No. This question that you are asking me, ask the person himself. But I have a witness. He's still alive. Juma Jane was there. Protocol officer at State House. Juma looked at me and said, Bamba,
that means,
I said,
Bamba,
no,
you don't dilly-dally. Like,
no,
this is what
no,
I say.
I don't like that. For me, sitting with you, Aji, my dean says, iya kumul kiba final kiba asadu minadzini. Is even worse than fornication. But that's Gambian habit.
But again, Bamba, that's like you said, Gambian habit. We've seen so many people dilly-dallying in the political thingy. Every time, like I said, today you are here, tomorrow you are there, today you've spoken to first lady, tomorrow this you have an argument with the first lady. And sometimes we think, how did it get this deep? So exactly what you were saying. This is how it gets to somewhere, and people wouldn't even realize that this is a mistake that I've done, like you said. And this question is not for me. Ask the person who is suited to ask the question, and then they will answer your question.
Exactly my belief, because, you know, for me, when Lammarong died, we went to Lammarong's burial in Brikama. A lot of Gambians saw me. I was a little bit like emotional, because Lammarong, I was very close to him. He's not only a brother, he was my mentor. I used to leave Bundung, go to Brikama, stay with Lammarong and his family. He's loved me from scratch. And Alhamdulillah, I was very, very much privileged. Lammarong spoke to me before he died. I used to go to the hospital to see the sick and the wounded. So Lammarong died, and I was there. The first lady called me out of the big crowd. The Gambia, everybody was there. Police, paras, and everybody. The first lady called me. I came, knelt before her, and she spoke into my ear. Then when she was leaving, I asked my driver to follow her, because he wanted me to go to State House and speak with her. First lady is somebody who respects me and still does. That's why I would always be very grateful to her. Despite our political difference, I have never attacked the first lady personally. I wouldn't go personal with any of them, because they've treated me with respect. Man, so much of respect, I reciprocate. I would have been more than most people within the NPP if I had stayed, because they all know my closeness to the first lady. But what they even did, some people, you see, this is why Barrow and his family needs to learn. Some people do go to the first lady to spoil my name.
It's not only you, they do it to other people too. And many people have said
the first lady herself should have learned from me, her teacher. If I could refuse backbiting someone or trying to destroy someone, because first lady trusts me, whatever I told her at that time, she would have believed me. But I chose not to. Not that I was afraid, no. But because I felt that was unfair. If anybody does that to me, I would not like it.
But Bamba, many people have said, according to the videos, that the first lady is petty. She's petty, she's petty. She's the one that brings up this fight. She's the one that brings it to Jahas and you feel.
That's not true.
What do you think
that's
about
not true. No, that's not true. You see, if you don't know people, just say you don't know them. Fatuba happens to be someone who loves her husband. I am UDP, 1 billion %. But getting close to Fatu, Fatu has always been trying to cement her husband. Whether you would call it C is Bugana plus B, Bugana position first lady, that is left to personal belief.
Isn't that what every wife should do? To be supportive to your husband.
That's where I am coming. That's where I'm coming. Because for me, I would have wanted my wife to do the same.
Yeah, to support you, to be supportive.
Exactly. So I would not hold Fatu to that for loving her husband, for wanting her husband, to be even king. So say then they want a muso akalafi akemale na fulo soto bara akalafi a barinke na fulo soto bara akalafi ake mansaya purate ke mansa muso. We these maninkas we keep saying that. And that has been a long held belief that maninkas believe ne jigen def de buga jekaram neka bour waye brodam neka borom halis pour su sone mun na daw ci brodam waye jekaram su nekke bour mom neka jabari bour. We have that belief. So I do not, those that Fatuma may have her own personal stuff because no person is perfect. I am not perfect. I am not perfect.
But Bamba, some of us would support our lovers or our husbands, partners, to a certain level. It might be unbelievable, to be honest. There are women out there that are so supportive they will go just all out when it comes to their men.
I'm a man, I know. Raji, all men should understand. If you have lived in the life up to the age of 45, 50, nobody should tell you the power of the love of a woman. A woman can go to any length.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about my personal history here, but I've had women that were nearly suicidal because of me. Yeah, that were nearly suicidal because of me. I personally, I didn't at first thought that was love. I thought that was madness.
Obsession, yeah. But Bamba, taking it back to what you said about your wife, it's the same thing, being supportive and
exactly. For me, even the mother of my children defends me like her life. You know, people say there is no love without jealousy. I have seen it firsthand. I have lived it. And you see, if you are not wise, you are not talented, you are not intelligent. The mother of my children, I respect. I respect my current wife because of the fact that, you see, we might have our differences, but as a person, you can't love your children and not love their mother. She gave birth to them, and she brought them up, build your home. No man would destroy the foundation because the foundation moy neck be more hold the house. And I have always make sure any woman that comes into my life understand that part of me. Yes, understand that part of me, Jokokir, because I cannot thank her for giving me those beautiful children that love me more than I deserve. Because I have made so many mistakes in my life. So many that I would have done otherwise.
If it were today.
Yes. I have. That's why I keep telling people I am not perfect. That's why I do not judge people. But also, having said that, I do not like people to peddle lies. Because at the end of the day, you, the peddler of lies, would be ashamed when the truth takes over its true position. Because truth must conquer. Truth must conquer. Sometimes I blame myself, but sometimes I blame collectivity. If you look at the general collectivity of UDP's failure, or UDP's being cheated, that's the belief I held, regardless of what anybody else thinks.
I don't think like that.
Yeah. You know, we are all entitled to our beliefs.
To be honest,
but also, if you look at it, if you look at it from your view, I can also say some of our people can be held responsible for that, for your point of view.
Bamba, I think that's what makes it even interesting to agree and disagree.
Yes, because for me, everybody knows that I have made it very difficult for the National Puntum Pantang, NPP. I have made it very, very difficult for them and become a thorn in their flesh. Some hate, I don't know, I don't even know why they hate me. They shouldn't hate me. It's only politics. Me, I'm only a politician. I'm only doing my job as a politician. And I do not hold it against anybody. Once politics is done, today some APRC are my friends. For instance, Lamin Tamba. Who would have thought that Bamba Mas and Lamin Tamba would be very good friends? Exactly. Who would have thought that, what is his name again? For the job. You see, many people don't understand. And for the chore, he has become my in-law. Many people don't even know that. My nephew married for the chore's daughter. If we were big enemies, would that have happened?
Not at all.
And for the chore didn't even know that he gave his daughter to my nephew until he was told. And that boy, I brought him up when he was young. So if I had not given my nephews the moral humanity to respect elders, it would not have happened. You see, when my family hear people insult me, Aji, I man magla. Mag in age, but I have got children who look up to me. My elder sister's children are almost my age, some of them. So man send Kalifala. So they get agitated, they get bad. Some would call me uncle, I'm sorry, with all due respect, uncle, but what about by politics? Uncle, for a political drunk.
But it's something you love, it's your passion.
And I respect them. I respect that. I know it pains them to see their Khalifa being demeaned, being insulted. But look, I chose to go into this,
and it's your
knowing
passion
what
too,
exactly, knowing what is involved. All what I always tell them is, I'm sorry. I do understand how you feel. But if you don't want to hear me being insulted, then don't go on social media.
Which is difficult to do.
Which is difficult to do. Then avoid wherever I am. If I'm in a particular forum, get out. If I'm in Facebook, unfriend me, block me. So that if they talk about me, you would not see it written anywhere. That would at least give you a peace of mind, because Bamba Mas would always be talked about, either positively or negatively, because I didn't choose that. That is
but the truth is, even if you give up politics right now, your name will be called in certain topics.
Yes, I cannot stop that. Today, there is no corner of the Gambia that I am not known. So for me right now, Aji, I cannot even search. Even if I want to. Sometimes the judges when I was young. But today I cannot even do that. So politics has imprisoned me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
because
know.
man, it will go viral.
Yeah.
Sometimes I fear visiting people.
It's like Mama to Losa Bopa.
I fear visiting. Yo, Aji, I will not come to your house if you are not with someone. You know why? Though I trust you, you are my sister, but I fear myself. I fear, sometimes you never know humans. People can be used to come after you. For us in the public limelight, we have to be very careful, because some people are so evil, they can go to any length to destroy you. I've seen people, some of my friends, Sirfo Sonko, Dusano, and all these other people, they fell into stuff and couldn't escape. Because when I had this Dusano talking to that lady. The lady was saying, Dusano Mankende. She was recording Dusano. Nobody else was recording. It was the lady. And I felt bad, despite I was in different political party with Dusano. That was not fair. That was trust. You had a relationship with someone. If you want to leave, leave gracefully. No matter what.
But don't you think they do that just to bring that person down?
Of course.
But sometimes it's not even a proper relationship. You just get involved with them just to do that. Like that was the mission that you had from the beginning.
No, I don't think so. Maybe you might have, you know what I believe is, maybe they might have had seen, you know, some people, I'm not saying that's what do those, but some people used to use their position to run from one woman to another.
Yeah, you're right too. Yeah, definitely.
Maybe those women must have seen them with someone else and they feel jealous. This person is about dump me, go for another woman, and as a result, they record you.
Yeah.
The lady he was talking to, nobody else recorded apart from the lady.
Yeah.
You know, for me, that is, I don't want people to judge people. If I am bad, Aji, that is me. I will only be bad. I will only do badness with a bad person. That is what I believe. Mansumane chaga. I can only sleep with a chaga. Why gom yala, decent, ragal yala, would tell me Bamba mas borom jabaranga. I am not sleeping with you until you pay my dowry. So I blame our sisterhood. Our sister they want to have culpe under their palm and go with culpe from man to man is wrong. Let our sisters try to keep that dignity. Jinga aji, jigen lum tuti. All men would respect you if you have your self-dignity. All men, regardless of your status, men would respect you because man is a natural seed. I don't believe in people who say, man, I believe one man, one wife. So, you are pushing your husband into going to have concubines. Trust me. Because man is God. Allah has created man to be a seed. You would not understand it except you study psychology and science. Well, that is when you would understand that man is naturally polygamous. Naturally. See our Christianhood. Our Christian brothers. You have one wife and how many concubines? Even kings. You hear it everywhere. So I want our women, our sisters understand that bit of the human brain. They will say, oh, daddy, honey, I love you, whatsoever. And I don't want my wives to call me honey, but I want them to call me big names. Honey is too small. I want them to call me Trakito, helicopter.
Bamba, that's romantic. Yeah.
I want a bigger romantic name. Well, why would you call me baby? I'm not baby. I am more than a baby. Call me school fees. Call me school fees. Call me school fees because that's more expensive. Call me lunch. Call me house rent. You know, sometimes I try to make people laugh.
Bamba, wait. I have a question for you before we go. Many people are wondering, like, this is my last question. Many people are wondering, why is Lawyer Dabo not stepping down as a party leader? We want to know.
That's a very good question. You see, in a democracy, it is always by the people, for the people. Okay. If the majority wants Dabo to step down, he would. He doesn't own UDP. And this many people don't understand. Gambians went to Dabo and said, we want you to lead us, to lead our party called the UDP. So when those very Gambians decide, nay, Dabo wanna retire, they would let him know.
Okay.
But he has also vowed that as long as you still want me, I will give my service. And there is nothing absolutely wrong with that. But you see, many people politics. You know, Gambia, our problem is we have every social media commentator who thinks they are political scientists when they don't know nix in politics.
Bamba,
There,
I'll cut you there. Many Gambians think that we that don't know the inside of UDP, we just thinking that, oh, Dabo does not want to step down because if he does not lead the UDP in any elections, you guys will win. You will literally lose when Dabo steps down.
Because they are taking example of Barrow. When Dabo was in prison, we chose Barrow. Barrow didn't come only through UDP. Barrow didn't win only through UDP, though UDP formed the majority, but it was a coalition government. And even with that, we won Jammeh by a small margin. And that election was even not free and fair, because if hadn't been, of course, it was free and fair in a sense, hadn't been the political bureau of APRC was not burnt down, Jammeh would have beaten us black and blue. Because governments know how to rig elections, Ajay. I know.
That's true.
You know, people, that's why when I said Barrow didn't win the last elections, many people would say, but how comes he was declared the winner? You know, Ajay, if two people are competing and one is having one is given the privilege to choose the referee, what do you expect? Because President Barrow is given the executive mandate to choose the chairman of the IEC, to choose the deputy chairman and commissioners. Who do you expect him to choose? That's why President Barrow decided to choose Remy Joyner. Remy was an executive member of the NPP. He would have been the vice chairman of the IEC. Until when people started making noise, that's why they brought in Joe Colley. But even with Joe Colley, they are making question marks that Joe Colley is NPP. And some people are even saying that Aliu Momorinjai is PPP because he was PPP before. He is Oje Jallo's best friend. And Oje Jallo made coalition with Barrow. Aliu Momorinjai declared Barrow. Oje Jallo made coalition with UDP when Barrow was our leader. Aliu Momorinjai, being chairman, chose Barrow over Jammeh. In fact, when things went tough, Aliu Momorinjai came and said they made a mistake. Some votes of Yaya Jammeh was added onto Barrow. And that was why APRC said the election was not free and fair. Jammeh said he has accepted the results. Now he doesn't accept the results. But you know, you cannot vomit and eat your vomit. Jammeh should have been democratic enough. He would have been a symbol. Despite all his crimes, trust me, Gambians are very forgiving people. If Jammeh has gracefully left to Kanilai, his home village, and anybody that comes and Jammeh would tell you, look, I don't want this. Manmane, our election is proof. Gambian people chose me and I'm grateful for 23 years. I might have done so many wrong, but I will not cheat on the Gambian people this time. Trust me. Man Bamba, even those that he tortured would say, Alenga forgive. But they don't want Jammeh to be forgiven. Those APRC people who would later betray Jammeh don't want Jammeh to be forgiven. That's why they went to him. They said, they push him until Jammeh even himself knows that if he wants to push, ECOWAS would come. When ECOWAS came, you don't hear. Many people are claiming to be heroes. If Jammeh, if not for ECOWAS, he has got everything. In those days, we used to hide Barrow. president-elect. Nobody could, he has no bodyguard. We used to hide him in a motor boot, travel him all across the country to save him.
Motor boot,
but he has his head covered. We want to save him. So President Barrow knows what we've gone through. People sacrificed their life. They used to stand at President Barrow's compound to save him. Thanks to ECOMEC, who came to save the day. But what could we have done against
Bamba, people always say Barrow is UDP. He is like a nephew to UDP because you guys mold him to be what he is. You just don't want to hear it, but he is. You guys mold him. He is UDP.
I disagree.
It's like a branch and the leaf.
No, I disagree, Aji.
Well, this is what many people say. When you
Barrow, my brother betrayed the values of the United
Bamba, this is me. I for one, I always say when UDP are talking, I said, oh, please give us a break because you gave us Barrow. So please let us.
No. We didn't give you Barrow.
This is what I always say to you guys.
No.
Give us a break.
The coalition gave Gambia Barrow. It's all of us, including you. We all give the Gambia Barrow because what happened? Aji, no, Aji. You said we will come to how the coalition was formed. If you look at the composition of the coalition, ñom seni bopa ñom ñoo de wane big party amut, small party amut. Nga man lolu tam man yefi na feke buguma ko. Ñom sen bopa ñom ñoo wax ne parti bu mag amut, parti bu ndaw amut. Ñun ñepp a em, ñun ñepp parti lañ. Ñom ñoo ko wax. But every party would be given a mandate of selecting 70 delegates. Ñom ñoko wax. Aji ni mota ñi bari dañ di wone Bamba Masi Saroka. Bamba Masi man I kadu nit. Bo samut sa kadu. I don't see you as genuine. Because man sumane okay aji man source ñoo upper Gambia, so allow me to lead parce que many sources would vote for me. You said no Bamba duma ko nangu. Yow Gambian nga comme ni man. Ñun ñep am nañ right. I think you have a point there.
Yeah, definitely.
Bayil ban ma jiit. Mané la okay. Jiito. Be there. Tomorrow, should you blame me for your failure? No. Because what happened, this is a collective coalition failure. Because coalition, ñom suñ bopa, we started undermining each other. We are very lucky, so we were able to gain a jam. But we started undermining each other long time. When Bolondim Bojang, Ahmad Ba, Halifa Sallah, OJ Adama Barrow were chosen as the 4 candidates to become flag bearers of the coalition. That is when the war started. The war didn't start today. I would not tell you all that we have done, but we fought. When we realized betrayal, we fought with everything that we have. Money. No, we did so many things. Some things that I regret myself. Because we saw that our candidate is Adama Barrow. If people want to take advantage of Adama Barrow, Adama Devde Danu Rab, Adama Jangur Jongul, that is demeaning my party. And we stood our grounds. Say, come rain, come shine, let's see who prevails at the end. Then my party was in Europe. He has his political party in the Gambia. Henry Gomez was in Europe. He had his political party in the Gambia. You know, 8 political parties came together. So we were scouting. Kumun Samorum Duma. It eventually ended up like that. So those who are saying that Yenanyu Barrow, they wanted Halifa or Ahmad Ba or Bolondim Boya. But we went through free and fair elections to choose a flag bearer. Barrow came out victorious. How is that UDP's fault? When every party equally had 70 delegates.
It's because Barrow was a UDP.
UDP has only 70 delegates. Only 70. NRP has 70, PDO has 70, GPP has 70, GPDP has 70, GMC has 70. All the parties have 70 delegates, Aji. UDP, UDP, because of we are the bigger party, no. All the other parties have 70 delegates equally. So it is left to the candidates to go searching for other candidates, other delegates to support them. We were nearing arrow on candidates, on delegates. We fought over delegates. So we approached other party leaders and said, look, hey, come and join us. Join us, support our candidate. They could have said no. Why didn't they choose Halifa? Is it our fault that we called them to come and choose our candidate and they accepted? It is their party. We are not responsible for their party. We don't write their constitution for them. So let us be fair in politics at least. People just unfairly accuse the United Democratic Party. United Democratic Party. No, but remember, Ntolbele Adama Barrow di Gambia. Aji, that is the fact. Mbele nga Adama Barrow di Gambia. Ntolo nga Adama Barrow chose le as UDP flag bearer.
But Munat Natol Mamodo choose Ntoli for Adama.
Because many people applied. It came through the normal democratic form. Abdou Dabo applied, another person applied, another person applied. 3 people went through the UDP primary, if you remember. And Adama Barrow came out victorious.
I didn't even know that because I just kept wondering why Adama Barrow.
Everything was, our name is democracy. UDP has democracy, trust me. This is why many things happen in UDP. Even the party executive cannot do anything because it is built on democratic principles. People at the grassroots would say, look, it is democracy. So democracy has always been triumphant in the UDP. So for me being a Democrat, this is why some hardliners in the UDP cannot stand me. They can't. Because for me, I am liberal. I believe in the Gambian people. I believe in, even when I don't have any same political belief with someone. For instance, like Sabali, Mohamed Sabali. You see, many people see Mohamed Sabali differently. I see Sabali as someone that we should respect. He might have his spots, but Sabali is a very talented, brave Gambian, just like Sidinjai. So I might
how to call it Bamba. Like me, people like that. Like I don't like people that dilly-dallies. Today you are here, tomorrow you're there. So like when you say that, I'm like, not my favorite person.
No, Aji, you see, one thing you may not understand. Okay, Sidinjai and Sabali were in the same political party.
And Sidinjai too, dilly-dallies.
No, then we were big rivals. You understand? Okay. When government changes hands, it was Sabali force that was with Barrow. Then the Commission of Inquiry came. If I were Sabali, I would have done exactly what he does. Aji, I don't believe in choose and pick type of justice. If a commission of inquiry was set up and myself, Aji, Suntu, Ture, the ambassador and everybody, we were all accused of doing wrong. And you pick only Aji and said the rest our white people would not touch. We do not agree with your commission on these people, but we agree with your commission on this person.
Yeah, that sounds like favorism.
That is unfair. And that is why where I believe Sabali has done what he has to do. And besides, Sabali is young, like you, Aji. Somebody who has master's degree. If he has done anything wrong that is punishable, possibly maybe send him to prison to serve. And when he comes, polish him to make use of the knowledge he has. The nation should not lose for somebody as talented as Sabali. If you ban him for life, and all retired people, like my this madam Aissatou Njie Sedi. Aissatou Njie Sedi has served her terms. She has retired 3 times. You see, it's not balanced. This is what they should understand. And what is happening is they are recycling those retirees and bringing them back. How many retirees have they taken? How many retirees have they reappointed? So if I was Sabali's family member, I would leave NPP straight, because Sabali has been victimized, pinpicked. That is a miscarriage of justice. That's why I stand with Sabali. And even not Sabali, I would stand with any Gambian that has been treated that way, regardless of who you are. Anybody. Because just look at what is happening in the Gambia today. Let's say, for instance, Barrow sets up a commission of inquiry in the area council, and the area council turns and say, okay, all these councillors have done dilly-dally, they have misappropriated funds. Barrow decided to take step and said, oh, okay, but Sirfo Sonko is my great supporter. Sirfo, no, our white people would not touch Sirfo. You think people would take the government seriously? No, because government should not be a party. Government swore by the constitution to defend it without fear, favor, ill will, or affection. Yange yahal sa bopa, because they know what Al Quran. They think people think that they can joke with God. Nguri aduna dañ warona gene affaire Al Quran ci nguru aduna lool mo yahal ñu bari. I'm telling you,
it's not only it's many things. Many things.
Bible and the Quran, and the Quran, people joke with it. A lot of these civil servants, when they die crying, they die screaming. Even when you put mask on them at hospital, they will still be screaming. You know why? Because the malaikas are torturing them. How can you swear by the Quran that you would serve without fear, favor, ill will, or affection? You don't even know what you are saying. You don't know the meaning of those things. And yet, you play with the poor people to say, Nini so city dame akanyamo nyimi wala. Funga take nak fofula de leke lefe. Nya. Hana you nak nga. Are you nak? You know, people need to be very, very careful with what they say. You are given in a position of trust. You know, I hate it when I hear Gambia civil servants are flown to abroad for medical checkup. There should be a portion in the constitution that anybody that is a senior civil servant, if you are sick, you should be treated in the Gambia. Very soon we will see Gambia develop. You know why? Because we give them that opportunity. When they are sick, they fly out. When would those people think of you?
Yeah.
When? The reason why we don't have medicines and all these things in our hospitals, the reason why our education system is not good is because there is no provision in the constitution that if you are to be a minister, your son must go to the normal local school, not private school. Every minister's son should go to normal school. Would you expect a minister's son to sit on the floor?
Not at all.
No. They will make sure there are proper chairs. They will make sure the education system is better. But if you give them the opportunity to send their children to private schools, the poor people would still suffer. If we make sure there is somewhere in the constitution to say, if Bamba Mas is a minister, he should not fly, he should not be flown abroad. He should be cured in Banjul, Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. Bamba Mas, being the minister, would make sure there are
we have the
dialysis
best
machines.
hospitals in the Gambia.
Dialysis machines. He will make sure all these machines are there, because Bamba Mas would not want to be sleeping at the Banjul Hospital when Yoi Nyung Fag, they are waiting to feed on me.
I agree with you.
The reason why all our hospitals are turned into Hariala is ourselves. It's ourselves. We employ civil servants and we call them tigers. We call them lions. Jatolu, Jatabar.
Heroes.
Yeah, heroes. And they will give you chicken change. Because why would you accept chicken change from the national cake? Your own money, your tax, you give it to someone, and that person will be giving you chicken change. Where is he getting that money from? You know, this is why I'm still coming to why I expected that my people, my own people, would fight me. Those who went to form the NPP, because they know me. You see, me, when I stood that and I said UDP would choose Adama Barrow, I quarreled with so many people. Today they are with Adama Barrow. Within the UDP, when we had a force meeting, and somebody came and said, no, I heard that Dr. Aissatou Toure is more educated. Why don't we go for Dr. Aissatou Toure? I said, Aissatou Toure is my mother, but she's not UDP. Why would we choose somebody who is not UDP? UDP is choosing a flag bearer. Let's have a primary, we would have a UDP candidate. Because Alhaji Hussein is there, they're not there, that doesn't mean that we are not capable. We have people that are capable in the Gambia. The first people we approach, they decline. They were scared of Yaya Jammeh, and they were educated people. They refused. Those are political ambitions. So I was mad. We had night, sometimes we meet until late at night, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Ask people, they are listening to me, they know if I'm lying. And eventually what happened was, some people said, no, Adama Barrow woman karam. I gave an example. I said to them, my father, Alhaji Yaya Sise, never went to school. We had PhD holders in Jawara's government. But what Yaya Sise did, none of those PhD holders could do. He developed the whole of Jara, electrified the whole area. Jara became a center. And that man is not educated. I gave another example of another of my uncles, Uncle Keba Nyamali. I said to them, Uncle Keba Nyamali never went to school, but he was able to make Janjambure a center. So don't bullshit us nonsense telling us who is educated and who. In fact, these very educated people that destroy the Gambia. So we are not going to choose any educated. I insulted with some people. Even today, they would turn back to me to say, you see, Barrow betrayed you. But I am not bothered with Barrow. Didn't betray me. I expected those people would use Barrow because they felt the Barrow is naive, because they felt Barrow is not educated, jungle, they would go and use him for their benefit. But Aji, Barrow would learn. That's what I hope. He might disappoint me. He has always disappointed me. He might disappoint, Barrow would learn. Because if he doesn't learn, then he's the worst. Gambian people.
Bamba, we all learn the hard way.
Well, I don't expect him to learn the hard way. I don't want Barrow to leave the presidency. I don't want him to leave the presidency. No, Aji. I don't want Barrow to leave the presidency and see the very people that are calling him Hechi, Barrow Dokula, Barrow Hinan Barrow Cairo Barrow. The same people used to call Yajame Babil Mansa, Nasiruddin, Sheikh Professor, Dr. Salapempe Mansa, all these nonsense names. So I don't want the same Barrow to leave the presidency, come and see the same people turn around and start calling Bamba Kadimu Rasul, Fenke. Man, if you call me that name, I will be very angry with you. Because I don't want people to be singing praise. I want them to guide me. Well, if I'm privileged to run the affairs of the Gambia, trust me, 5 years would be enough for me. You know why? Because I am going to be a very uncompromising leader. Anybody that comes to me to say, be very careful of Aji, you leave before you get to Denton Bridge, I will fire you.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I would know that you are those people that destroy Jawara. You see, this kind of sickness is growing in the Gambia. It's a cancer.
It's a trend.
So we have to have leaders that will be determined to cure that cancer. Otherwise, Gambia would never go anywhere, because they would be making sure that anybody that comes closer to you, hey, be very careful. And they themselves are just stupid. They will not do any work. Look at Barrow. How many years has Barrow served? Almost 7. What has he done? Nothing. Nothing, absolutely. And Barrow, if you don't mind, Barrow would serve 10. He would do nothing. You know why? Because Barrow would always be thinking of, how do I maintain this position? He would always fear that, oh, if I do this, UDP would take over. If I do this, UDP. Why would you concentrate on the UDP? Why don't you concentrate on the presidency? And work for what Gambian people put you there for? Because UDP, nobody can wipe the UDP off. It is already an established party. Jawara tried, he couldn't take PDIS off the map. In fact, PDIS overlived PPP. Today, PPP is a shadow of itself. PDIS is even more than PPP today. And PPP used to be the biggest political party. Look at NCP. NCP is like it is no longer existing. And NCP used to be the main opposition party. So you see, life revolves. We are all revolutionary beings. For me, I believe President Barrow can still make amends. He can change. I still believe.
He definitely.
But he has always disappointed me. He has always disappointed me.
Well,
because
Bamba, like I said again, you are one of the people that gave us power.
So my sister, why don't you blame
because
yourself?
Because you just said it. You were campaigning for Barrow to be a president, regardless of him being educated or not. So this is what we get if we get a half-educated president or not educated president at all. So,
but if people blame me, then those people, I wouldn't see them. Blame me is we the UDP.
Yes.
I would not see those. I would say one should be very. Then you are going to party Aji there, because Aji yen no, of course you have a party Aji. Anybody who tells me
no,
Aji,
trust me, I don't have one.
Ginger Aji, I have stayed long on this program, more than an hour or so.
Bamba,
but what I want you to understand,
that brought us at the end of the show, yeah.
What I even want you to understand, more than Ginger, if you want people to believe you, never say Bokuma party. Everybody belongs to it. Even Ali Momorinjai belongs to it.
But again, like I said, yeah, we're all different. To be honest, I don't have a party. I don't support UDP. I don't support MPP. I don't support PDO. I just don't support any party. Because you know what? I am this kind of person that is, I'm not into politics, not at all. And to be honest, as a Gambian, I've never voted. Never in my life. So that tells a lot. And I had, you know, during the Jammeh.
You never voted?
No, never. Never in my life.
Then you should go to jail. You are responsible for all the sufferings that we have been suffering.
Now you want to blame.
Because every vote counts. As a Democrat.
Now you want to blame me because I said you gave us Adam Barrow. No, I'm not happy.
I am blaming you also for not voting, because you also contributed. Because your vote could have saved a lot.
Because I don't support any party. Why would I vote?
Why don't you think of something,
Bamba,
at least out of all the politicians, somebody?
The thing that will hurt you most, when I had voters card, you know, during your Jammeh, when even the 17-year-olds were given voters card, that is me. And I've never voted.
But I know, you see, when I told you governments cheat, those are some of the things government do. They would, on the age, they always
I
register
had one
on the
when I
age.
was 17.
That has been in the trend in the Gambia, Aji. Me, I know. I was in the PPP. It started with the PPP. APRC copied, and Barrow copied from APRC. It's the same thing. We all know it happens. This is why Barrow believes so much in the Fabakari Tombonjata APRC camp, because he knew they know how to do these things. Me, I know there are NPP officials today that cannot deny the fact that I have got very, 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 very true evidence. Nay, they were going with IEC officials
I had one
into
when I was
Casamance,
17. Was coming. They say,
registering people.
Everybody was going on the age.
Registering people. In fact, I've spoken to people in Casamance that have been registered by the IEC.
That's the thing, because by the time I had voters card, I knew nothing about politics. I don't even know like who to vote for. It's just like, oh yeah, Jame wants people to vote for him. Go. And I was 17. I didn't even reach the age of me having voters card. So from then on, I just hold my voters card.
But you see, it was a criminal act for the person who even registered you, because the person knew that you are underage.
The person that sent me there knew.
That's what I'm saying. The person that sent you there, the person that sent you there was violating our constitution. But nothing would happen to him because he was in the ruling government. He was in the ruling government. He thinks that he can do and get away with it.
It's only cheating. This is why I don't like it.
But that's basically what we are all talking about. But anyway, Adi, I am very, very grateful that I was able to give you. I think I've stayed over 2 hours
but
now.
You see, but because the chat is interesting. So what do you have to say to the general public, UDP, MPP? Vote.
What I can tell you, viewers, Aji, thank you very much. And it has been a pleasure. And on that note, because I've given you more than an hour of my time, I'm officially calling you to come and join me in the United Democratic Party.
Hey.
And all your viewers also, I want to make them understand, let them not always look at the negative vibes they hear on social media. Sometimes it is important to get to know people before you judge them. United Democratic Party is better than I am. Those who know me, if I sit with people, sometimes I remember Fodecheru used to tell me that the reason why I do not want you to come to our APRC people is because anytime you discuss with them, you are able to convince them. Because when they don't know you, they hear you, they think you are very arrogant. But when they see you, they will say, oh my God, this man is different. And the UDP is what I saw in the UDP. That's why I went into the UDP in the first place. Trust me, if I was only following position, I would have not even stayed with Barrow. I would have stayed with Yaya Jammeh. Aji billahi wallahi tallahi. I would have built story buildings. I would have become like even more than Solbaji if I chose. But Jammeh is listening to me, and Allah is my witness. If I wanted position and money, Jammeh has more of that than Barrow. And Jammeh is more willing to spend than Barrow. That's why many people, when they talk, I always say, I don't respond to Porochi, because those people don't know me. Exactly. The reason why I call them Porochi is because they would say nonsense. They would spew nonsense, yet they don't even know the person they speak about. If I was looking for position, if I was looking for money, Jammeh approached me for me to leave the UDP. I was offered. Some of my friends advised me, hey, don't go. If you go, he will give you this position. Within 1 year, he will kill you.
Me, I would have even said he will sack you the next
week. A lot of people said, but I didn't refuse because of that. Because those people didn't know me and Jammeh. I knew him more than they do know him. I knew him, and Jammeh, and I also believe Jammeh's mother would have stood by me. Because that woman, until she died, she calls me her daughter, her son, sorry.
Not child.
Until she died, she called me her son. She stood for me when I got arrested, and she knew I don't support her son. That's why I tell people, many people don't even know Jammeh's mother. That woman is different from Jammeh. Like many people don't know Adama's mother. I don't judge people. So those who judge me should understand the fact that God has not made them judges. Let them go and study law to become judges. Then they can judge. You don't judge anyone. Try to get to know them. If you hear anything, try to investigate. At least ask 1 or 2 people. But for those things, I have built a thick skin. I am used to that. I know very well, Nay, you don't. If you live in Derbuki, Haji Bola or something like that.
I forgot, but yeah, something like that. I know the proverb.
Exactly. Yeah, that proverb is me. Man, even small parents, they do say that Suluti ole bendebala. That's when I was young. Derbuki la am. So I know me more than anybody else. Even in my village, sometimes things happen, they would say, Bamamas nala gaolem, when I don't even know about it. Sometimes the chief would call us, say for the chief of our village would call us and say, Mbal la mankasino konole. I told Dino la kuosiata, and later on he would come and find out that we are innocent. That was not us. But because the account that Sulu Tambita Barim Filita, Buki Romba, the
proverb is who bought Buki had bowler.
No, the other one is Buki Rombarek Beirer. People would say it is the Buki that has taken the bay. So that is me. That is how I grew up. So sometimes things happen. I don't even bother myself. They would say, Bamamas, botanyin kalamare, Bamamas yen kalamutare. I am so used to that. Me, if I am going to be part of something, I am not like my leg would be part and my hand out. No, I go in full. If I want to be corrupt, I will go into corruption, swim in it. But trust me, if I want to be corrupt, nobody wants poverty.
Yeah.
But I am like Sekou Touré. I would rather be poor in dignity than be rich in slavery. That is my mantra. That is what I believe in. I would rather remain poor in UDP than become a bad carrier of Sidinjai, unless Sidinjai apologizes. But those who want to be slaves can be slaves. That is their choice. I am not attacking them. That is a matter of choice for them. If they want to pick Sidinjai from the airport, hey, Honorable Speaker, that is their choice. If I do that, I would not live a week. I would die. Because I would, my conscience would blow my head up.
Thank you very much.
I am a psychological student. My hypothalamus would go bonkers. Trust me. Because for me, I believe before Barrow should have appointed Sidinjai, he should have said, oh, Sidi, go to commission, and if the commission clears you, then I would have the moral authority. I would have the moral conscience to appoint you, and nobody would say a word. Sidinjai, in fact, should have the moral dignity to say, look, Your Excellency, I want to clear my name. Having been made Minister of Information, that is a very important position of our country. That is a powerful position. That is being the spokesperson of the regime, of the government. You are speaking for the whole entire Gambia, and you have the military at your disposal. So what had happened leading to the impasse, Sidinjai contributed. What had happened leading to the death of President Barrow's own biological child, Sidinjai contributed. For me, I blame Barrow for neglecting all that, putting all that aside. A lot of people crossed the ferry and lost their family members as a result. People died. If Barrow could have put all that aside, ignored all that for his personal want. I blame my brother for that. And as a result, I knew I would not stay with him. I made my decision. I don't mind to support President Barrow. I don't hate him. But President Barrow made so many mistakes along the way. So many mistakes. Those people who pretended to love him, he's beginning to see a lot of it. He's beginning to see. That's my view. I might be wrong, but I am beginning to sense that President Barrow is seeing that they've used him. Trust me, people have destroyed people. Astaghfirullah. People have tried to destroy people just to remain in their position. Not very long ago, they brought a Marabo from Guinea-Bissau and asked that Marabo to kill Sidinjai.
Oh, wow.
And these are the same people. The same people that betrayed the UDP. Why fighting Sidinjai? They invited Sidinjai to come in the first place. They told Barrow, bring Sidinjai. Now Sidinjai has come, you don't want him again. Who are you? You brought him. You encouraged Sidinjai to come. Now you don't no longer want him. You didn't Sidinjai in there and say, of course. And that is the bit I respect about Sidinjai. You see, with all this brouhaha going on, you would never hear him talk.
Yeah.
He has got a trait of him that I like. So that's why I don't have hate. I don't hate people. With all these you people saying Sidinjai, Vice President Sidinjai, you will never hear him. Never. I don't know who trained him to be able to ignore porochis.
No, but they said ignorance is the answer for a fool. And if you want to prosper in life, you have to try to ignore so many things.
Exactly.
Yeah, to be honest, that's it.
That is why you ask, what do I mean by porochi? That is why I ignore them.
To be honest, that's true.
I hear so many things about me, Aji. I hear people say a lot of things about me that I know they are not true, and they themselves saying it. No, it is not true. But those listening don't know it is not true. But I just ignore them.
Yeah, Bamba, that's what the hot seat is about. Like I said, this is why I invite people here, because normally you have a platform that you sit and talk. No, the questions are out there, or people saying things, assuming and creating fabricating lies. So there is no other platform that invites people to say, oh, you know what? People have said so many things about Bamba. Why don't we bring Bamba and ask Bamba this question? And sometimes we don't have opportunities to go to other platforms because this person is not talking to this one have argued, this one have insulted this one. So that's what the show is about. And besides, before I invited you, I'm sure you must have come across one of the videos, and when I invited you, I sent you one. So basically, to be honest, I am so happy that I have you on the hot seat, because knowing that I would have asked these questions and these deep and hot questions, you could have said, no, Aji, I'm not going. But like I said, hot seat be ñu fi olu sen bop rek ñoo fi mëna ñëw, ñu am fit bi ñoo fi mëna ñëw, because sometimes people dodge these questions even though they're not true about the truth about them. They're like, oh, why do I have to go? But I really appreciate the fact that I called you and you came to my show. So I will have to say a thank you a lot to you and to everyone watching and everyone trying to write in comment, the viewers trying to keep the comment section so clean and decent. And I really like that about the people that watches Aji's Corner. Always when they I have a guest here, they keep the comment section clean and no insulting and all of that. So Bamba, it's really late. So what do you have to say to everyone watching? So we leave them until next time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate giving you an opportunity to share my views on your platform. Since I know myself, I have never refused any media house that wanted to talk to me. I have always made myself available. In fact, even when I was in the diplomatic service. So I want to live by example. I want to practice what I preach. I do not want to say, why is Jammeh doing this? And I got an opportunity and I'm doing exactly the same. I do not want to accuse Barrow, and I get that opportunity and I'm doing exactly the same. I want a clean politics. I don't want people to say politicians, Fenrek Moy politics, well, politicians have no permanent friend or permanent enemies. I want to slash that notion, that belief, so as people to bring people to trust politics, because everyday life is politics. Even Islam itself, life cannot go without politics. We are all political beings. Even Sajabar, wala Sajekar, you politic him. Even your boyfriend, you politic him sometimes. Life generally is politics. So we have to just clean the system to be able to make it likable to the general public. And I thank you very much for giving me that opportunity. Thank you.
You're welcome, Bamba. And I hope this will also be an example to everybody else that I invite to the hot seat. Bamba, I will say thanks for giving me your time, and everyone watching at this corner. I love you guys, and thanks for the support. Kiss, kiss, guys. Good night. Mwah, mwah.